Are we ready to do the run through those?
Announce your category and do the run through.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, paying attention. Okay, welcome everybody to the student category at the Iris Awards here, judging. This is proudly supported by our friends at CR Kennedy, so we'd like to thank them for sponsoring this particular category this morning. My name is Paul Daly, I'm your panel chair for the morning, and Tracy Kennedy is beside me, who will be keeping everything under control. Right, so we're just going to have a run through of the category images, and then we'll go into some more details. Okay, and we're just going to get a few exclusions from our judges as they come in. I'm going to I'll just announce who our judges are for this morning. On the floor, we've got Christopher Ian, Ferrer Roveri. No, don't come up. Well, I'm just sort of going through who we got. Kay Davis, Chris Anderson, Janine Fletcher, Sarah Lee Cobb, Amber Griffin, Angela Eastwood, Russell Hamlet, and Esther Bunning. So, we'd like to thank all of those people for offering their time and expertise, and we're just waiting we're waiting for some honours to do honours-y stuff, exclusions. So while they are doing that, I'll just read the description of this particular category while we pad out a little bit of time here. And so this is the student category. It's open to all part-time or full-time students enrolled in a recognised tertiary institute in New Zealand or Australia if they're entering the Australian student category. Studying photography or a similar creative program. If you're an accredited past or present member, you're not allowed to enter. So this is just for for students studying. And the up-and-coming talent that it's always exciting to see what's going to be presented before us. And once again, I'd just like to put a bit of a call out to CR Kennedy for their sponsorship of this category, and to Sonny for sponsorship of the Iris Awards. If they didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to be here. And there was a notice, wasn't there, about print sales. The bottom one. Okay, I'm going to read this without actually pre-reading it. Okay. I am announcing that you're able to offer your prints for auction, and the proceeds going back to our systems, just to let them... Oh, to NZIPP, rightio. Okay, doesn't quite say that. All right. So, if you want to offer your print for sale, just let Honours know, and they'll put it up. And yeah, it will happen somehow, thankfully. Okay. Now, how are we going? While we're here, we've got out the back. We've got from Unicol. Unicol. Is that everybody? Unicol and our student helpers out the back, and CPS. So it's a real good mix out the back of helpers, and once again, we couldn't do this without them. Not only did they put the prints up out the back here, but they do all the sorting and whatnot, unpacking of everything, and repacking of prints, etc. at the end. So a huge amount of work goes in by them that nobody sees. All we seem to see here out the front is a hand coming in and out of the print judging. So, okay. Are we good to go?
Yep.
All right. So we can now announce, can we have the following judges up first, please? We've got Kay Davis, Chris Anderson, Russell Hamlet, Janine Fletcher, and Sarah Lee Cobb. Thank you. Oh, yes, thank you very much. Yes, that was on my notes. Please make sure that all your phones are turned off or very minimum silent.
No open cups.
Oh, yeah, and can we have no open cups of water near the computers? We don't want any. Oh, yeah, no, that's okay. Now, yeah, we understand. We can see that. We're just, it's a general notice.
And remember to turn the microphones on when they're speaking.
Yep.
It's not me that goes damaging computers.
I don't know who we're looking at, but we're looking at somebody.
And to turn the microphones on.
Okay, and just to judges, when you're making comments, don't forget to turn the microphones on and off. So everybody else, Well, everybody can hear you. Okay. Are we ready, people? Yep, everybody's got a big thumbs up. Okay, let's begin this judging. First print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 78 with an elective challenge possible. Jenny, would you like to take it?
Look, I'll take this on. I scored this 83. I guess I saw this sort of like fantastic science fiction sort of story happening of going around the moon, and the beautiful leading lines going into that area, and I thought, what's not to love? It just took me to a different place. And I awarded the creativity and imagination.
Okay, I'd like to hear from Chris because he's down the other end.
I thought you might. I'm down on 72. All the things that you said, I agree with completely. What kind of drew me out of the illusion was the depth of field. So the stuff in the foreground is very sharp. The stars are very sharp, but the moon is not. So it kind of betrays the technique that was used to create it, and it drew me out of the illusion a little bit. But if there's a way in which that adds to it, then I'd love to hear about it.
Kay, did you have any thoughts? Yeah.
Yeah, similar to Chris, I actually did score it in the silver range, just into the silver range, awarding that creativity. But I get, like Chris, some of the technical aspects need to be a little bit refined.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay. I think it might be back to you, Janine.
Look, I did observe the softness of the moon, and I understand what people are saying. I guess it does accentuate the sharpness of the trails going around the moon by having it less sharp. But I was right there for the creativity and that science fiction story that was happening. So I'd urge you to just consider nudging your score up a bit. We're on 78. Just heading into silver would be lovely.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you've done it. 80. Silver award. It's a nice start to the morning. Okay, sure the author will be very happy. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Those lights. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Very sort of close numbers across the board. Can I take a comment from somebody for the author? Nobody's looking my way. Okay, Sarah Lee.
I love the photographer for capturing this quirky character with her blue hair, her steampunk, and her fancy rat. When it comes to lighting, at the moment, the brightest part is her ear and down her neck, so that's where our attention's drawn. So perhaps moving the light from camera left to camera right would be more flattering for the subject and bring our attention across to her face and that rat, and then all that extra space down below and perhaps on the left to bring that attention again back to the face and the rat would be to crop into that side as well. So, yeah.
Okay, nice, good comments. Thank you very much. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And are you happy with that? Yep, you got the.
I gave this score of 81, so a couple more points, but I definitely think it's worth a silver for having captured the movement of the muster of the animals and that wave-like form that happens when you see them and everything's jumping over each other and the way that sheep bounce through being herded. I think it's a really beautiful capture of that movement in a still image. I think it's absolutely beautiful, and I would love to see it being scored higher and awarded for that.
Russell, you're down the other end. Mike, please.
I took it into bronze because it's very, very clever, but it's bottom heavy, and it just pulls my... the movement in the top's just wonderful, and if it was in that sort of tonality running right through the image, I would have found it incredible, actually, but it's bottom heavy, and so it takes my eyes down there, and there's nothing there to be taken to. So hence I rewarded it for its adventure, but I couldn't take it any higher for that.
Okay, everybody else is around the average. Janine, you'd like to say something?
Look, I gave this image 78, and I will be coming up into silver. I was a little bit held back by the dark area, but I think when a photographer can take us on a let's say a journey, for using these animals to create this almost like a seascape out of them. Beautiful waves and really sensual sort of curves. And I think that's why I'll be coming up to silver.
Okay, Sarah Lee, back to you.
I wholeheartedly agree with Janine, and before she said C, I had that thought of, although it is bottom heavy and perhaps that's something for the photographer to address, to bring this image even higher, all those fractions of legs that we see in the movement mimic seaweed, and it brings that sea-like quality even stronger to the image. So there's so much to read into this photograph.
Okay, thank you, judges. Please rescore. Okay, nice talking. 81, silver award. Okay, thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And we happy with that? Yep. Okay, awesome. Can we just have a comment for the photographer, please? Okay.
This is a really interesting image. I'm not 100% sure about the story behind it. I think for me, I would have liked to just seen a little bit more separation between the cross at the top of the staircase. Just by pulling back, you could actually do that, just to create that a little bit more separation. And some of the areas are a little bit soft, which I felt could have been a little bit sharper.
Okay, great. Oh, yep, Janine?
The presentation of this print is really lovely too.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award, and we will have with that. Yep. Okay. Yes, yes, no? Okay, Kay's going to challenge this.
Okay, this is a very brave landscape that we're seeing here in terms of what we're being presented with. It's actually just, I keep looking at it and seeing whether I wanted to see it in two pieces, but it doesn't work in two pieces. It actually works jointly as it's presented. I think the image shows good control over the technique used. I possibly might have, I'll address it, like to have seen the central part slightly darker, just ever so subtly darker. But the control of that movement and motion is adding a really nice abstractness to the image. So, and for the imagination and the ideas behind doing this, I've awarded it this in the silver 82.
And Chris, down the other end of things?
I'm down on 73. I put this into professional practice, and I think it's a really good application of, in-camera movement and that sort of thing. I do want to see it split into two images. I feel like it can't quite decide what it wants to be. The bottom half would be beautiful. The top half would also be lovely. As together, that kind of the really dark hill that kind of expands as you go towards the right becomes really dominant. And I feel like there's a lot of reward for me in the bottom half of the frame, but I'm discouraged from spending time there because of the weight of the top. So I'll think on it further, but I'm on 73 and I'm listening.
Do we have comments from anyone? Russell?
I took it into bronze as well because it's quite lovely, but I feel there's sort of two stories there that aren't together somehow. I'm not too sure how they help each other, how the bottom helps the top. It's sort of just, I'm not quite sure what to decide there. Maybe you can talk me into it, Kay.
Try.
Yep, Kay,
Okay.
thank you.
So I looked at this, and yes, as I mentioned before, two images, but you actually can see two images. If you use that central line, or just above the centre, that is the separation between the two sections. What I'm seeing in the bottom and the top is there's elements that are mirroring each other in terms of their shape and density in terms of the blacks and lights. So I mean, you can actually imagine it, seeing it as it is, as two separate images placed on top of each other, man-made, nature, and a lovely working around the tones that have been used in the image. So I'd encourage you silver.
Okay, judges, please rescore. A lot of good conversations this morning. 80, Silver Award. Hey, sure, the photographer would be very happy with that. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. You all happy with that? Okay, can we get a comment from somebody to the author? Janine?
Look, a really strong story here that I don't completely understand what's happening. There seems to be sort of analog, digital, grungy, and the atmosphere, the sadness around the subject. There was some text on the screen of the computer showing in the image that I couldn't read, and I thought might have been pivotal to this story. So yeah, and just the lighting is a bit interesting in places. So just a bit of control on that would improve this image.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And can we just have a comment for the photographer? Maybe, just looking along the line, maybe Sarah Lee. Haven't heard from you for a couple.
Yeah, credit to the photographer for great exploration of lighting techniques and trying to create something very unique in the studio. I interpreted this image from a fashion context, and so with that in mind, working the posing and the posture especially, fashion poses can be incredibly awkward, and so to have that slouch and that comfort look from her doesn't sort of fit entirely with what we expect from a fashion image, and just be wary of making sure your face is pin sharp as well, and then just print quality, and there's some unfortunate banding that's really obvious when seen from the side, so just refining those finer details and working on that, but it's a wonderful image and it's a beautiful start to a wonderful career.
Great, lots of good comments. Thank you. All right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And yep, we're all happy with that. Yep, looks like we're all happy with that. So maybe, Kay wants to comment. Yep.
This is actually a really unique angle that's been used to shoot this. I think just take care with there's a lot of cloning at the top, which is really detracting from the overall image. And I think the arms look a little bit awkward. I'm not sure whether you can explore this further, because I think what you've done has been incredibly brave, and I think it can work well. So maybe relook at doing this and seeing if you can get improved images.
Okay.
Congratulations on a bronze.
Great, thank you for that. All right. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, score of 77, bronze award. Okay, very tight across the board there, but Chris, you'd like to make a comment?
Oh yeah, this is, it's a lovely treatment of a familiar subject. You invite a lot of comparison with other images of this subject, so it's a brave choice to put in front of us. I think the cool tones that are represented, particularly in the water, are nice, but they're not consistent as you work through the image. About halfway up the tree, they start to fade away. So I think continuing with this high key technique, but keeping it really consistent the whole way through would help to elevate it.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Chris. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 72, professional standard. And can we get a comment from somebody? Yeah, comment.
It's a story that's not quite resolved for me, so I couldn't quite emotively sort of attach myself to it as I try to for every image. I find that the backlighting on the hair sort of takes us out there and it fights with the warm light from the candle. So for that, it was a distraction. I didn't sort of see the reason why that would have been applied to this image.
Okay, thank you for that, Russell. And can we have the next print, please?
You first.
Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. We've got a couple of people that can challenge this. Janine, you've got a slightly higher score. Do you want to go with it, or Russell? It's entirely.
No, you go for it. I'll be with you.
Thank you. Look, I got a really strong emotional response to this image. I really felt this woman's loneliness and isolation and searching for her place in the world. And by isolating her in this pool of water with nothing around her, it's beautiful tones of the sky and the water. I felt that the coolness, it added to that feeling of isolation and loneliness and searching. So I'd be interested to hear what other judges think of this image.
Okay, you're down the other end of things.
I scored the 73. I absolutely adored the colour palette that's been presented to us. But for me, the subject's not fitting into that environment in a realistic way. So that's where I held it back. So keep talking, but the idea, the concept, and I agree, the mood and everything that is captured has been beautifully presented to us. But it's the compositing, essentially, that is actually letting it down.
I think Russell might be able to want to have a bit of a conversation. He's up there as well.
Yeah, I've got no problem with that, Kay, because this is it's a conceptualisation really, and I'm fully with Janine there. Less is more, and it's so simple, and we're being drawn into. I mean, the palette's just wonderful, and so her mood and her relationship with the water is beautiful, and you know, is she going to come back out of it? I mean, it's just a wonderfully simple, poignant, beautiful image, and I've got no problem really with the technique of how she's been put there. I think the relationship of that subject with that background is part of this, is the story. Yeah, for me, it just works visually beautifully and emotionally beautifully as well.
Chris, a quick comment?
I'm on 77. I love that she's looking left. It feels like she's looking into history. Kay, I agree about the compositing. I want to see either some reflection from her on the water in front, or if she's a ghost, I want to see through her a little bit. Either of those would have put me into silver.
Okay, Janine, back to you.
Okay, so here it is. She's not supposed to fit in. That is the problem. And that is why she is so sad and lonely, and she's not in this world. So I'm completely okay with the compositing and the way she's sitting in the image. So yeah, I'm on 85, silver distinction, but I would urge judges to consider at least coming up into a silver.
Okay, sorry, I've got carried away with your comments, and just wait a moment while I push a couple of buttons here. Right, hopefully you should be able to do that. Waiting on, who are we waiting on? Russell.
Yep. Putting scoring, yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, you've done it. 81, silver award. Lovely, we'll accept that. And can we have the next print, please? Oh, yeah. Okay, we got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And can I have a comment from somebody across the board? Sarah Lee?
This is a beautiful couple and beautiful time of the day, so well chosen for the golden hour. When you're photographing people in a location, there needs to be a real interaction between them and the location. So currently they're just hugging in the sea. There's no reaction to getting cold or wet or anything like that. So perhaps just playing off the, oh no, we're getting splashed sort of mood that happens when you're in the water. So the posing would be improved with that. And then just a trick for photographing in the sea is if you get them to kneel, once the white water covers their feet, you don't have to be 2 feet deep. You can only be 20 centimetres, and it's much drier for the photographer.
Good tips, good tips. All right, I'm sure the photographer will appreciate that. Okay, thank you for that, Sarah Lee. Can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're going to do a quick judge rotation. All right, so double judge rotations. Kay and Sarah Lee can take a break. Yeah, just to rest your eyes for a few minutes. And if we can have Amber and Esther in, please. Right, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, and can I get a comment from somebody across the board? Esther? Yep.
Really enjoying the concept of showing that working scenario, and I think it's something that can definitely be explored further by the photographer. Just what's the technical side of doing your editing and post-production, just with your cloning and things like that?
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, score of 75, bronze award. Okay, and comment across, Ginny?
Well done to the photographer for capturing the atmosphere of this event. They've done a really good job of that. There was just a little bit of the sort of drifting together of the flames from one of the torches and the flower tucked behind her ear that's unfortunately made her head look like it's on fire. But just the timing is the thing to work on here.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Very tight judging numbers across the board. And so, Chris, quick comment for the...
I was on 76, and because how good is the story about these toys that have just had enough and they want to run away? You know what? I would have loved to have seen this in monochrome. I feel like the blue is so dominant that it pulls me away from the cuteness of the story in the middle. And if we were in grays, it would just have sold the soul of this story a little bit more. But bronze is fantastic. Well done.
Yep. Okay, great. Thanks for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And everybody happy with that? Okay, comment from someone?
Yeah, I gave this in 83, so I pushed it into silver range. At first glance, I was
Just to
trying
clarify,
to...
you were challenging, sorry? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, just
Yep.
just to make everybody aware. That's
Yep.
cool. Yep.
At first glance, I sort of wondered what the story was. I mean, obviously it's a sense of loss, but I think it's, the more I sat with it, I sort of realised that it's the dream versus the reality, and it represents that so beautifully and so powerfully. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what some of the others are saying. I think that it's definitely worthy of a silver.
Okay, Chris is down the other end.
Yep. I had this in professional practice. Look, I think for me the narrative is, I read it a little bit differently. I read it as a story of loss, so left is before and right is after. And I feel like the character in the rightmost frame is looking to the left, right? They're looking at history. And so I think from a communication point of view, I think it did that really clearly. But there were choices that were made in the two individual frames that I'm not sure support that story. I feel like the one on the left should be the one that's full of vibrancy and life, and the one on the right should be the one that is sadder, but that light's really flat. There are some editing issues on the left where there's And I couldn't figure out if it was a double exposure and there was something intentional going on. And I think I'm going to say it's more of an editing issue. And it became, so now when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking about the editing and not about the story. So I think the building blocks are there. And I think it's communicated it, but I'm not sure that all the choices are in support of the story that's being told.
Okay. Russell, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, the story, for me, I support Chris on how I interpret the story as well. And just the lighting differences between the two of them and why they've chosen to be so hot on the right there just kind of distracted me from what is, I think, a very sad story. So you could still illuminate the loss without it being so illuminated.
Okay, Janine, you're up the top there too.
Yeah, I scored this 82, so I was moved by the story and I saw it as a story of loss, actually, but with Esther's interpretation of it perhaps being a dream, that has resolved those lighting things for me a bit too, because I feel like the left-hand frame is the dream. It's flat. It's sort of half there and up for interpretation. And then in the and the look on her face is very soft. In the right-hand frame, this is reality. It's crunchy. It's hard light. Her face is really pinched and hard. And so it's the dream versus reality.
Okay, anything else? No, back to you, Esther.
Okay, well, Janine said it, and I totally agree with her. And I think that we need to remember that this is a deliberate choice of editing on behalf of the photographer, and I think that they've done that really successfully. And the softness versus the harshness just emphasises those points of that narrative.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we've got a score of 80, silver award. Okay, I'm sure the photographer will be very happy with that conversation. And can we just have a blank screen while we do another little swap around of our judges? Janine, you can take a break, and Angela, if you'd like to come up. And if we can swap Chris out for Christopher, or Chris for Christopher. Christopher, you'll have to go in as floating one, probably down the bottom there somewhere. Okay, everybody's in, ready to go. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And Esther, you'd like to challenge that?
I am going to challenge that. I've given this a silver at 82. Now, I guess what I'm really enjoying about it is the abstraction, you know, and the fact that it almost looks like printmaking. You know, it's taken it into that really illustrative type feel with the abstraction and the way that it's been stylised, and with the colours that adds to that feel and that mood as well. It's very graphic. It's the design of the image. It's a beautiful piece that I think is worthy of a silver.
I'd like to go down to Christopher or Angela, either.
The global solarisation really is a one-trick pony. That's the only thing I see here. It's a technique, and it doesn't really support the structure and the subject. I just don't see the connection between an effect and what you photographed.
Russell, you're also up at...
Yeah, I support Esther actually. It's sort of like it's a subject that can be played with and sort of done anything with really, and you know, it's a sentinel of communication, and I love the placement in the frame and the negative space, and I actually think the structure of it supports kind of anything you want to do to it really, because it's not a human or a living form, and you know, where you can, it doesn't hurt what it is, and I think the stylisation of it and the posterisation of it actually really works for me. And then, you know, we're just held by those two sort of dark orbs of the communicative part of that structure, and I just really enjoy it as an illustration, and I think it's a solid, well, it's an 82 as well.
Any other thoughts? No? Back to you, Esther. Thank you.
Okay, well, Russell summed that up perfectly. So that's at least a couple of us up here. Love to see this go to silver.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you've done it. 80, silver award. Okay, nice conversation. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 86, which is a silver with distinction. Congratulations. And can we have a comment? Maybe Amber, I haven't heard from you. You were up the top end of the conversation.
What a magnificent piece of communication this is. Perhaps a story of the life of this place of days gone by. I love the way that this artwork has been presented to us, and I think that it's just a really clever collection of images, and especially the way that it has all been framed. I think maybe just in order to lift this idea even just a little bit higher, perhaps a slightly more careful selection of the images that you end up choosing to present. But all in all, this is a magnificent piece. Well done.
Yep, congratulations. Thank you very much for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And Christopher, you'd like to challenge this?
Thank you. I thought this was an amazing piece of communicational skill. What we've got is the riderless horse, and the tenderness of the horse beside it, just acknowledging that, oh mate, where's your rider? The only thing I could see at fault here was that scale. I would have given it a little bit more space around it and not gone right to the edges, so that sort of idea of loss would be communicated. But obviously, to me, this is an Anzac Day image, and I think it's very successful in the way the horses are communicating that.
Okay, we have a couple down the other end of things. Amber?
I hear what you're saying, Christopher. I just feel that this image, it has all of the ingredients there, but the decisive moment wasn't actually captured. And I feel that the placement of the sun is drawing significant attention to that area of the image, and I'm not sure that that's really in the right place. And there were also a few very distracting white marks down in the bottom third in the dark section, which I kept getting drawn down to. So if you're able to explain those to me, perhaps we could come up.
Sorry, I missed your comment on the placement.
The placement of the sun.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have any other comments from those in the middle of the scoring range? No?
I scored at 76. I mean, as the silhouette says, that lovely sort of design, I don't know if we needed, I don't think I needed to see the sun. It would be just lovely if that palette through the background wasn't disturbed by that hot spot there. And that just took it down for me a little bit, actually. If that can be rewarded by somebody else's thoughts, I'll have a listen.
Christopher, I think it might be back to you.
As I said, the only thing I would have done is gone much more courageous with the panorama. Maybe there's distractions there you didn't want to include. The detail on the blacks, well, this is always going to be 50-50, whether you actually have some detail in your black or whether you don't. And then if you do accept some detail on your black, you're just going to have to accept stonework and things like that. To me, we're fighting over technique here. The technical aspects are great, but it's the horses relating to each other at this point. I think that's you've seen that as the decisive moment. The one horse is acknowledging the other horse has lost its rider, which is the whole point of Anzac Day. It's a total disaster. It's a loss for us anyway.
Okay, judges, please rescore.
Sorry, Chris, what did you score it, bro?
I scored at 81 in the silver category.
Okay, please rescore, judges. Okay, solidified that bronze, 78. Okay, thank you very much for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, which is professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer looking across the board? Esther?
Enjoying the concept behind this. I think that possibly just considering the craft that you use in terms of putting something together, the composition, and yeah, just a little bit more care taken with that would help.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And Esther?
I really love the simplicity of this image. It's that's where its strength is. And the decision by the photographer to keep that incredibly narrow band down the bottom. But it works because we've got the placement on either side of that image, the tree that brings your eye back into the frame, the tiny bit of fence line on the other side which brings your eye back in from the other side as well. And it's contained with that incredibly simple graphic. I gave it an 82, and I firmly believe it sits in silver.
Amber, thoughts?
I gave this image a 76 in the bronze range for all those same reasons. Perhaps I've been a little bit harsh because I really enjoy the restraint that's been used in the composition of this image and the beautiful simplicity. So I'm happy to come up to silver with you.
Russell?
Well, we're going to have to take it in or out, and I think it's pretty easy to put it in, Esther.
Okay, might be back to Esther, can you just wrap up a final comment? And
Not a lot more to add, really. I think that we can all just see that beautiful simplicity. Let's award it.
I'm just padding time for pushing buttons. Okay, go. Okay, score 81, silver award. Rightio, and if we just have a blank screen for a moment, we're going to just do another judge change, swap of eyes. Okay, Russell, you've had a bit of a long go, so you can have a bit of a break, and Esther as well, you can have another little break. And if we can bring back Kay and Faroe. Right, all ready to go. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. fairly tight scoring across the board. Yeah, Angela, quick comment for the photographer?
Congratulations on your Bronze Award. Really lovely image and use of the double exposure. Perhaps exploring a little bit more range in the tonality within that just would have helped this, I think.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, so comment to Kay?
Yeah, great image. I think just fine tuning it in terms of there's quite a highlight area underneath the car bonnet, and I think just expanding the scene a bit more in terms of giving a little bit more space to it. But I think you've got I'm seeing this as a boy racer, worn out tyres, doing all the drags and all that sort of thing. So he's really proud of what he's got there, and that's coming through in the image. So well done.
Okay, thank you for that, Kay. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. But yeah, we've got a couple of people that can, and you're both on the same score. So, Christopher, you have put your hand up to challenge.
I scored this 83. Originality, presentation, everything's there. For a student, you've got a mature outlook on the way you present things. There's depth here too, because the two objects don't seem to relate, and so they actually clash, and so they give you depth. I just think it's an extraordinary photo. Your only issue is someone should introduce you to blackboards. A blackboard on the left-hand side would give your eggs just that final bit of texture so that we'd separate them from what they're sitting on, because apart from that, that's a technical fault. That's the only thing I can see wrong with this image.
Amber or Kay?
Yeah, I scored the 77. I really like the concept of what we're seeing, but for me, I'm not seeing the connection between the two elements, and I want to know what that story is. I feel like Chris, with the lighting, the lighting on the left-hand side of the eggs is very bright, and we're losing a lot of detail there. So I think a lot softer light would help bring that wraparound light, or bringing in a blackboard, and just possibly a little crop off the bottom, just to bring it. But the presentation is actually beautiful, and there's some beautiful tones in there. But Chris, if you can elaborate on the story, lift my score.
I'll let Faro have a go because she is also up there with Christopher.
Yeah, I'm supporting Christopher. Kai, I think it's kind of, the story here is about celebrating or studying actually objects, because we have assumed those tree plants, they are lavender and they are delicate, they are beautiful. And my interpretation of those three elements on there, they are like a rock, they are rough, they have texture, but at the same time they are delicate as well, and they just have such a beautiful playing with the lavenders and those rocks, and all treatment of the image is so subtle and delicate at the same time, and presentation is complement the whole concept. It has such a futuristic and beautiful mood in this image. For me, I would go higher, even to silver with distinction, if the cropping from the bottom would a bit tighter. I think that's the only thing I can get at issue. But I think definitely it's well deserved to sitting in high silver.
Any other thought,
Or
Amber?
even more.
Oh.
I really hear what you guys are saying, and I really, really want to love this image. I think it's got so many elements that are so close, but I'm just really struggling to get over the overexposure on the stones and the overexposure on the background and how contrasty that lavender is, because I feel like the treatment of the subject has just been treated in almost the opposite way that it should have been, to exemplify the beauty and the softness of those elements. So if you can explain the overexposure and the contrast to me, then perhaps I could join you.
Okay, might be back to you, Christopher.
I would say this is almost a technical exercise. We are judging students, so I think they've been given a technical exercise, even if they've just self-appointed that exercise themselves, because the texture contrast is the major element here. I mean, why is the plant floating above the eggs or the rocks? I just think it's to show you difference in textures. I just think this person has vision, and we should reward that. They need to be introduced, as I said before, to blackboards. Blackboards give shape to white. And also they need to pay attention to the exposure that we see photos under, because I'm sure in their own home they saw textures there which have lost with this lighting setup. So,
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, good conversation. Eddie, silver award. Okay, thank you for all that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got very tight scoring, 74, and that's a professional standard. So can we have a comment from somebody? Angela?
Well done to the photographer for the obvious connection with their subject there. Just unfortunate that the face is so obscured that you can't really see the rest of his expression, her expression, their expression, and perhaps give it a little bit more room. Very tightly cropped on the top there, something to work on. But well done.
Yep, great. Thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 72, professional standard. And yeah, Christopher, comment for the photographer?
Yet another example where if you're in the room, you must be extremely disappointed that everything's failing because the lighting's different to the way your screen has been calibrated. I'm sure at home this bounced off the screen, but here it's a fail. Your blacks are just clogging up, the whites are too bright. So there is something you need to follow through. Calibrate the screen so that you can see the range of tones that we're seeing here.
Okay, thank you for those useful comments. Okay, can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 72, professional standard. And once again, very tight scoring across the numbers. So looking along the line, Amber, quick comment?
This is a lovely portrait with almost Little Red Riding Hood, well, Little Black Riding Hood vibes. I think just be very careful with, really pay attention to your choice of lighting. It's obviously been, well, I think lit with a studio light. Try feathering your light, so don't point your light directly. Make sure that you're giving just a little bit of a softer light, I think would help.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Amber. And can we have the next print, please? Sorry, just doing some admin. It's a score of 80, which is a silver award. And Kay, you'd like to challenge this?
I've put this in 86 for the emotive storytelling that I'm seeing in the image. This has been beautifully presented, just the tones and it's been well captured and crafted. What we're seeing here is a woman looking into the mirror who is seeing herself as not how other people see her. And that's something I think we can all relate to. But the colour palette, the choice of colour palette, the contrast in terms of the complementary colours used between her hair and the blue background, the softness of the subject in the mirror in the second image, really obscuring. She's got this veil over what she's seeing herself as versus what other people are seeing. And I just think this has been beautifully done.
Okay, I'd like to hear from either Christopher or Fro. You're both down at the lower end of things. Fro? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I gave it 73 because of the story, the narrative. However, I'm a bit confused with that as well because in the person in the mirror, just one side is kind of exaggerated only in eye, so I don't know what exactly the story here. Also, I'm not sure really the blue, beautiful Tiffany blue in this color palette support the narrative because narrative looks really sad and something happened to the girl because she looks very sad here as well. So yeah, I would love to come up if you explain those things.
Angela, you're at the top end of things.
Yeah, I scored this at 86 as well, right up there with Kay. And I just think it's a really great piece of communication. And it's obviously about her feelings of body dysmorphia and the way she sees herself compared to others, and the softness of her in the mirror and even from behind, perhaps, is that how other people actually see her as lovely and soft and beautiful. And I think the tones used are really beautiful in their presentation as well. So yeah, I will agree it should be definitely up in the silver distinction.
Amber, did you want to say anything?
You've just stolen the words out of my mouth, but I just also wanted to add that I think that the simple composition that we've been presented with here is actually very effectively telling this story, and I think that we should reward that. I was on 83 and I'm coming up to join you guys.
Okay, Kay.
Yeah, I don't think I need to say too much, but for me the eye is literally an accentuation of the fact that we see ourselves, how we see our own bodies is not how others necessarily see it. So to me that enlarged eye is actually telling that story quite well without it being, without seeing the whole body. We all have imperfections. And we hate some of those imperfections. But in the blue, in terms of the blue furrow, I think the blue is about being subdued, being sad, it's a blue, feeling blue is about that sadness that we feel. And I think just the colour part, her hair colour, you can't do much about that, but I think it works beautifully as that contrast, as a complementary colour to that. So yeah, it's been said, I think this is a beautiful piece of communication. 86, I scored.
Okay, judges. $85, silver distinction. Nice conversation. Thank you, everybody. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And, yep, Fredo, you would like to challenge that?
I think I've never seen something like that with this color palette, with so much attention to the details in the butterfly wings before. For me, it has originality, and for that, I give it silver. I give it 83. I'm sure you are pointed those highlight at the top. Perhaps a crop could help. I don't know, because we have the red, very saturated red color. It's like a fire at the bottom of the image, and somehow it helped my eyes just traveling and going around. I would love to hear from you guys. It's 77, and I think it's really deserved to sit in silver.
Okay, I've got a couple of people, but I'd like to hear down the other end, which is, well, there's a variety of you, but maybe Christopher?
I just saw this as a missed opportunity because I scored at 72 because I thought I've seen work where macros, the circles of confusion, the out of focus zones actually add to the storytelling. They become the romanticise. This is a very brutal treatment of something that's very delicate in nature. I just thought it was a sledgehammer to portray the image.
Amber?
I'm right there with you, Faru. I think this is a beautiful piece of art. I'm sorry, I have to really disagree, Christopher. I think that this has been treated with such kindness and very carefully crafted. I feel normally I would find the sparkly hotspot right on the edge of the frame and the red right down the bottom edge of the frame to be so jarring, but this, for some reason, I feel that they balance each other really well, and compositionally, I just think that this is beautifully crafted, and I was searching for little flickers of something in focus, and I found them. I think it's a really unusual colour palette, but I think it's very, very successful, and I was on 83, and I think I've underscored.
Okay, any other comments? And Flo, back to you.
Thank you, Amber. I think you exactly say what I wanted to continue to add to it. Just imagine you are a child and you open your eyes in the morning, and the first thing you see is a wing of butterfly, and the color is like a saturated, it's like a illusion to it, it's just beautiful, delicate. It brings me those memories from my childhood as well. Yeah, really encourage you guys. It's a piece of art.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, 80, silver award. All right, nice conversations. And are we going to do this judge change now? Yep, okay. Can we have a blank screen, please? All right. Okay, Angela and Amber, you guys can ladies can take a break. And Janine and Shirley, can we come back in, please? Okay, and if we're all ready to go, can we have the next print, please? Okay, that's a score of 73, professional standard. And just looking along the line for a comment from somebody. Yeah, Christopher.
Bare bulb is a really clever flash technique that's used in fashion to give structure and to give shock. But part of the bare bulb treatment is where does the shadow fall? Does it contribute to the storytelling? Here, it's overlit, the legs are posed poorly, and you haven't really even got into the subject's mind. So I would always think through a technique with regards to your subject. So this is an inappropriate technique for this subject.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80. That's a silver award. And a comment from somebody, maybe Kay?
Yeah, a very clever play on shadow, colour. It's very Mondrian-like. Mondrian, is that the word? Mondrian-like. And just, yeah, really, really interesting. I think the only image I'm a little bit struggling with, because it's got the most, I guess, what would you call it, graphic elements to it, as opposed to the realism that you're seeing through the other images, that bottom right one. So I'm not 100% sure where that's fitting, but it's been well done.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And you're all happy with that? Yep. You'll challenge it? You've got the right
Yeah,
too?
so
Yep.
I scored this up in the 80s. No, sorry, I scored it 80, I should say, up in the silvers. I think this is a really beautiful, really close-up portrait of a guy who has a wonderful, very proud-looking expression on his face. There's no apprehension about being photographed. He's not confronted by the photographer in any way. It's a really interesting use of tones within the image, and I think it's got a whole lot of really well done technique in there, and I think it deserves to be rewarded with a silver.
Okay, from the other end of things, we've got two people down though, or
I give it a 73 because of the expression, very well captured, and the lighting is well set up. But I think for me it's too cropped, too tight, and it's not really. And it's like the half part of the face looks bigger because of a very tight crop, and also I'm not really sure with the color palette of the image. It's not really monochrome. It's kind of blue on it. I'm not really sure about that as well, but I'm listening.
Christopher?
If we were to do the technical exercise and turn this photo upside down, we'd be staring at that forehead. You really need to investigate in either focusing your light or using French flags to reduce, or in post reduce, the intensity of the light on the forehead, because beneath the eyebrows the photo is an absolute winner, but above it it's a scene stealer.
Okay, any other thoughts? Shirley, looks back to you.
I agree with what has been said, and I think those adjustments would definitely improve the image. I think with the close crop, as with I think the choice of the, I assume, split toning effect, it's confronting. It keeps us in that image. It makes us wonder why the photographer has chosen those techniques. It's not what we traditionally see, and therefore we can't dismiss it as something we've seen and something we've known, and it's a really new take on this close-up. I think the forehead, there is a lot to it, but it really balances out the volume of the cheeks as well. So I would love to see everyone bring it up to a silver.
Okay, let's rejudge. Okay, good conversation. 75, bronze award. Okay, plenty of feedback for the photographer there. Okay, so can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And, yep, Christopher, you'd like to challenge this?
Yes, I'm using a historical precedent here because to me this is so 1930s and Dadaism, where you basically got Leicas with very limited focus. So you choose, do I make the eyes the intensity, or do I make the jewellery or the... It's a vicious jewellery too. That's why I'm glad that's in focus and the eyes are out. I just think it's beautiful that the eyes are dull and diffused, because this is a person that's, I don't want to denigrate anyone, but they're really, they're unsettled. They're drifting. And they've got this viciousness through their lip, and that's where the planar focus is, this vicious jewellery. And it's just, even down to the stylistic glasses, it's got a 1930s feel. I just love this to have gone off slightly and gone slightly yellow, and then we'd all be on that idea of Dadaism and 1930s.
Okay, you're down the other end of the scoring range.
Yes, I scored this 73. I enjoyed all of those elements that you talked about. There are some area I would have loved to seen the subject pulled back from the background a little bit more to remove that shadow on the left-hand side. And I'm wondering whether the hand is actually needed, because there's so much interest created through the noise, the grain, and the softness that's happening around the image. There's just a couple of things, if you can address those for me.
Thoughts, Janine?
Look, thank you, Chris, for talking about the historic processes. I actually really enjoyed the shot. I scored it 76, and I was contemplating coming up a bit more, which I am going to do. I read it as a really cool, edgy, commercial, promo type shot. Could be for a musical act or whatever. And it had immediate impact when I read it in that way. I believe the hand sort of balances the heaviness of the jewellery too. So, yeah, I'll be coming up.
Okay, any other thoughts? No, back to you, Christopher.
So if you've got an Eminox or a Leica and it had a 1.2 aperture using daylight as they did in those days, and I'm saying all this because the glasses and even the jewellery remind me, and the haircut, the basin haircut reminds me of feminine fashions during the mid-1930s. So to me, the whole point is you've made a statement about the jewellery and you've allowed the eyes to drop off. The only reason for the hand there possibly is the posier. Here's a person who's absolutely posing to the camera. So they're giving you that, you know, the person who, they do a selfie, they actually touch the side of their cheek with a finger, or they do something to give them a sense of power, but we know that it's a posier. They're really just putting on the style. I think we really need to come up next category. I gave this a simple 80, thinking I'd have people whacking me for being so mingy and stingy, I should say.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Christopher, you just have to hit enter or something to that effect. Thank you. And we have 81, silver award. Okay, great conversation. And we all good? Yep, no. Can we have the next image, please? You're not trying to bribe people for the Ebb and Paul Award, are you there? We're on a budget. Right, back to the task at hand. We have 78, which is a bronze award. And we're happy with that? Yep. Janine? Yep. You want to challenge this?
Look, I to be honest, I spent some time trying to figure this out, but that is the hook. It's that sort of op art, Escher-like quality, beautifully printed, and I awarded it for those optical qualities. I'd be interested to hear what other judges have to say.
Okay, half the other judges have walked back up to the print. And I wouldn't mind hearing from Flo because she is at the lower end of things.
Yeah, I really, I found that the composition of this image is really interesting, but I feel like in this kind of concept, you want to see the image in like a high contrast, because the three main part, which is more sharper and darker in the center of the image, has lots of contrast, but the left side, which the supporter of the all element in the center, is really flat and is not really helping to the eyes just traveling around and see everything. And for me, it's like in those center of the element, there are lots of little things remain, which is a bit distracting as well. So it's not really quite balanced for me.
Christopher, you're up the top end too.
I scored this 82. Just memories come back of student days where you all of a sudden discover a school of photography and go, I could do that. So this is just Soviet constructivism, where photos were cut up, stuck on a page, re-photographed, because the three objects, the three set of stairs or whatever they are totally in the wrong plane to each other. They're at odds with each other. I just think this person has discovered something and has put their own bent on it. The reason for the lateral lower contrast is to make the other thing more hyper contrast in contrast, because they're absolutely bang up against each other. Sense of space is fantastic. No, full marks to this person.
Okay, any other comments? And no, Janine, back to you.
Look, well done to the photographer, because what they've done is it's not only an optical illusion of sorts, but the composition is actually really challenging, and I think that is a lot of the point of this exercise, is to really make us look closer and really challenge us with something that's really quite different. And I agree with Chris, that left-hand line is really, we don't need that dominating those three main subjects. It just gives them a base to hook onto.
Okay, judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 81, silver award. Okay, thank you very much for that. And can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're going to do a quick change. Christopher can have a break, and Chris can come back. Yeah. And everybody's ready to go. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, so we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard, and just looking along the line for a comment from somebody. Angela? Sorry, Sarah Lee. Sorry.
That's so good. So this is a lovely little narrative. It's very easily read, so obviously we've got someone who's passed in the environment. Unfortunately, what lets this photograph down is the techniques. So with compositing environments, just make sure that when they're clear-cut or when you're removing items to place in, that you're really delicate with those edges, and perhaps exploring other techniques to create that ghost-like effect, like multiple exposures, like reducing opacity, and like making sure that that angel that's in there is very delicately and controlled when placed in there, because we've seen a lot of ghosts in photography, and when it's not perfect, it stands out really, really quickly.
Okay, great. Thank you for all those that feedback. It's valued. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Just a reminder to everybody as well that you can vote for your favourite judge. I suppose the judges can vote for themselves. I don't know, but for those in the audience, you can vote for your favourite judges out at the NZIPP desk. There's a voting form and box that you can place your votes for your most favourite judge. That's for the Ian Poole Award. Encourage you to do that. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, and just looking for a comment. Janine?
Look, this was a really brave call on the part of the photographer in the placement of the lights and the rays of light is great. I think to add to this image is just retaining that quality of minimalism, but just giving us a little touch more information to work with.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 74, which is a professional standard, and we're all happy with that. So can we just have a comment from somebody? Kay? Yeah?
An interesting, I guess, story about sort of more of a retro feel to it. I think what is worth looking at is considering the light on the house is completely different to what we're seeing that would be coming from the sky. So again, that creating composites, bringing that sense of reality is important.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Kay. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, very tight numbers across the score. Yeah, Chris?
Well done. I gave this 76, so I was right around the money. I think the color tones in the background are just gorgeous, subtle, and wonderful. And the tree in the foreground feels like it's at odds with the rest of the image. And everyone's nodding, so that's good. I think revisiting this and just really leaning into that, the gorgeous texture and color in the background would help to elevate this.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And Chris immediately puts his hand up. I'd like to challenge.
I would love to challenge this. How many rules have been broken here? It's so great. I mean, we've been, if you're watching from home, this has been matted with the image in the bottom left-hand corner. It's black mat. All the things that you're supposed to do when you do a portrait of this person, they have not done, and that's fantastic. There's a sense of mystery. There's, if you look at what the photographer has chosen to highlight, they've chosen to highlight the kind of the tattoos, and they've chosen to let that face disappear into the darkness. So it could be anyone. And by pushing the whole composition into the bottom left-hand corner, whether it's the way it was matted or the image within that frame, I feel like I'm across the street looking across the way into a little alcove where someone is lit. Like it's something that's been achieved. I mean, you look at what's there, it's really simple. And to give it that sense of voyeurism from across the street is wonderful. I'm feeling lots of feelings about this. I want to have a good conversation. I'm on 83. I would love to have more of a chat.
Sarah Lee, you're at the other end of things.
Yeah, I scored this a 73 because I didn't understand why we were missing all those things we usually look for with a photograph. And I will be bringing my my score up because there are some beautiful points to it in what Chris has illustrated there. There are a few things that do detract from me, is that what she's standing on is equally as bright as her. When there's so little to the image, everything we have to look at gets analysed quite intensely. The voyeuristic thing, I understand, but personally looking at a naked woman in a doorway doesn't sit too comfortably. So I prefer to look at this as more of the graphic element and the lines and the tattoos and everything from that point of view. But yeah, I will be bringing my score up, so thank you, Chris, for that narrative.
Okay. You're up there near Chris.
Yeah, I scored at 82, and I really enjoyed this image too. I'm not 100% sure about the white spots, whether they are actually meant to be there, but I'm actually looking at it as if they are meant to be there in all the black tones, because it creates that cosmic sort of feel to it, like the stars and everything. There's a whole, whether it's dust, I'm not sure, but I'm picking it as it's not dust. So you're seeing all these lovely little white spots of cosmic, which are really playing on the beautiful backlit, the rim lighting, and to me it was actually the box and the ankle, which I actually really loved the texture and the detail that was coming through there. But I think this is very cleverly done, and thank you for challenging this, Chris, because I'm going to bring my score up.
Other thought? Yeah, Janine? Oh.
Just quickly, yeah, I really wanted to enjoy this image for its graphic qualities. It's fantastic. I scored at 78. I was held back by that plinth that she's standing on. But one point I really loved is how the point of the elbow is just so achingly close to the edge of the frame. I just thought that was brilliant.
Yeah, Flo?
Thank you, Chris, for challenging this. This is really brave. And I adore all the rim light around the subject. But I really wanted, I'm like 77, I'm so close, I'm definitely come up. But what I really want to say this, I wanted to see the pose of the subject. I wanted to see the pose of the subject as brave as the whole presentation as concept. This is for me really aesthetic. I wanted to see more brave in the pose.
Okay, Chris, back to you.
Excellent comments. I'm really glad we're having a conversation about this. The plinth, totally agree. I feel like that's the one bit that doesn't belong as much, and I would have gone higher for that. For the pose, I know what you mean. So there's more you could use to develop this idea. And I don't think either of those two things should keep us out of silver for this print that is challenging us by making us reevaluate all the stuff you're supposed to do. We all seem to love the choices that are different. I'm on 83. The water's warm. Come on in.
Okay, judges. $83 it is. Silver award. Okay, great conversation, guys. And we're doing this now, or no? Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yep. Next print, please. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Who are we waiting for? Oh, here it comes. It's down now. All right, we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award, and we'll. You challenging, Sarah?
Yeah, I'm going to challenge this.
Yep.
So I scored an 82, which is just sneaking into silver. I think there's a beautifully quiet series of still lifes, which I interpret as 3 art images for gallery walls, etc. And I think it's quite lovely how they've chosen dried flowers and dead insects and decaying items or old items, and they've chosen presentation pieces like the vase, the cake stands, items that we usually put things that were there to show off, that are new, that are exciting, that are beautiful, and they've been juxtaposed with those older natural items, but there's a bit of the contrast between the expecting to see something new and beautiful and actually receiving something that's dried and dyed. I think it's wonderful, and I see them as 3 beautifully unique images that hold together really nicely as a series, and it should be rewarded for that.
Okay, we've only got 1 point amongst everybody else, so I just invite some from one of the others. Chris, yep.
So I'm on 77. The graphics are great, the color's great. You've explained why they're there to me now, and I couldn't put my finger on it before, and I can now, so that helps. Probably the one thing that I'm struggling a little with is the image on the far right has a depth and a dimension that I think gives it a sense of space and a place. The image on the far left doesn't have that as much, and you can see it graduating across from left to right. I think that's an intentional choice, but to me it makes that left image a little bit weaker. And it doesn't support it as much. I'm going to come up into silver based on your explanation, so thank you.
Okay, you had some thought?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this too. And I think for me, what I'm struggling with, and if you can help me here, the image on the left is, I guess, a metaphor, moth to a flame, you know. But the other images are not giving me any narrative per se. So, it's almost misplaced. And I agree with Chris about the lighting. It's so bright on the left-hand side. If they had all been lit very, very much the same as the one on the right, I'd be lifting it much higher.
Sarah Lee, it looks like a big deal.
Yeah. So listening to what you guys have said, I initially did not notice the difference, depth in the shadow that's missing on the left horizon, and I agree with you with that. I think what would be the best, my opinion anyway, everyone's in agreement that the right hand image is the strongest, and perhaps had we been presented with just that one, the score would have been much, much higher. So I think base your scores on what you feel about this image, and credit to the photographer.
Okay, let's rescore. And we have 80, Silver Award. Okay, great conversations, good feedback, and we're going to do a judge change, so if we can have a blank screen, please. A double judge change, so leaving the seats, Kay and Farrow, and Russell and Esther, if you could please come in. All right, we're all good to go, almost. Russell's just finding himself. And can we have the next print, please? And just a small reminder, I know that we've had a few conversations, but our average time is sort of stretching out a little bit, so judges, if you could just keep comments as concise as you can. We need to just shorten our times a little bit. We want everybody to get a good fair go, but at the same time we also need to get through a certain number of images today. Okay, and we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard, and very tight across the board. Looking for a comment, maybe Esther?
I'm really enjoying the photogram quality to this. Maybe just a little more consideration in terms of the placement of the elements that you're using, and keeping it maybe less complex.
Okay, great, thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And all happy with that? Yep. Okay, so can we get a comment? Yep, Russell?
It's seriously cool, actually, but unfortunately it just would have been so amazing if it was just completely clean with just the faces. It would have been amazing, but the tea trees in the background just distract coming out of the head of the last person, and some of those elements in the background take away from the fantastic subjects in it. But really, great thought.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Russell. And can we have the next print, please? I'll turn my microphone on. We've got a score of 75. It's Bronze Award. Okay, and just a comment for the photographer. Esther, sorry, pick on you.
Really enjoying the colour play and the really strong surrealism feel. Just consider those some of those technical points and the highlights and the glasses and things like that. You've got control over being able to remove things like that in post as well.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Rightio. Right out of the bat, we've got a score of 90, which is a gold award. Okay, is everybody happy with that, or
No, you can't. You've got to challenge it. That's what the thing's about.
we've got to challenge it? So the highest scoring, Russell, you have to have a conversation about this. Well, it's,
You said we have to.
well, we've got a bit of paper that tells us that we have to have that. So you might be able to talk it up another point or two, which, you know, at the end of the day, could have all the count through.
Okay. I sort of almost have no idea why I love it so much, but it's so illustrative, it's so beautiful, and the tones of it are gorgeous. I cannot pretend I understand the story. I don't care because all the little characters in it, everything in this image has been so carefully thought out for a visual result, the story of which I do not know, but I just love looking at it. And so you go in there and the little character under the table in each instance, in the top and the bottom, beautiful. I love the sort of offset dynamic it gives us with that image on the wall at the top there. That's sort of kind of almost off balances everything, but I really enjoy that. Centrally held by the two only white light bits in the middle, you know, with the globes at the top. It's just sort of beautiful to look at and quite quirky. And I don't care to necessarily understand everything, because I certainly don't understand this. And if someone could attach a story to it for me, that would make it even higher for me.
I probably want to hear from Sarah Lee, yeah?
Yeah, so same as Russell, I've scored this initially a 90. To me, I see a narrative of a doll's house, playing happy families, but they're not happy families. You've got two parents, two different levels, obviously separated, celebrating a birthday in separate rooms. It's incredibly well constructed. I love how quirky the colour palette is. It sits really contrasting colours, but they don't clash with each other. I think the perspective and the way it's composed is on point. Congratulations with that. I love that they are posed as awkwardly as toys or as toy figurines would be, quite statically there. Credit to the photographer. You've even bordered it in such a quaint little childlike frame. Bravo.
Chris?
Okay, so I'm on 81, and I'm a big poo-poo head for being down there. I was kind of like, my score was going crazy up and down in my head, and I think I was having trouble resolving that the scene is graphic and the people are realistic. But then I'm totally okay with it now. Like we've cut out these humans and put them into a dollhouse, and I'm totally into the illusion of it. So yeah, I'm moving up. Thank you for challenging it.
Okay, Janine.
Look, I've got one more element I wouldn't mind adding to the story. The top frame with the woman is very feminine, the colour palette very feminine, and everything's really girly. Down the bottom, it's quite masculine. We've got a fireplace, and it's styled very differently, and it feels like the feminine and the masculine are just never going to come together in this scenario.
Okay, great. Thank you. Russell, back to you.
Thank you, Sarah. Well, thank you, Sarah, for the doll's house thing, because that's what I needed. And I think we've all realised that this is actually quite a sophisticated piece of work, and that perhaps it does deserve a little bit more scoring. We haven't seen too many things like this before. And just the fact that the humans are, Sarah Lee, as you commented, doll posed in that sort of stiff doll-like way, just really takes it again to another level for me. So I think we should perhaps even think about scoring it higher for the sophistication that it has given us.
Okay, can we please rescore, judges? No, you can't. No, you can't, Charles. Is it entering? There we go. All right. Made a good job of it now. 93. So. All right. Great conversation. Okay. So let's accept that. Take a breath. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Fairly tight numbers across the board. Esther, you looked at me at the wrong time. Would you like to make a comment for the judge?
I enjoy the sense of storytelling and the scale with this one. Suggestion to the photographer, maybe just think about the level of refinement in the final presentation.
Chris has got a quick comment.
The gigantic bear in the back looks composited in. I think the shadow of the tree on the bear doesn't feel quite consistent with the other shadows. That just a kind of thinking about where the light's going to fall and how soft or how harsh it is would help to make it feel real, even though it's a giant bear in a forest.
Right, okay, thank you for those comments. And so, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, a comment for the photographer, maybe Russell?
Not a heck of a lot, to be honest. I really enjoy the image for what it is. It's strength and it's femininity. It's this and it's that. I mean, she works out. She's contemporaneous. She's fit. She's pretty. She's not young anymore. She's presented herself in a very honest way. I kind of really like it for what it is. So I can't really help it much more than that.
Okay.
I enjoy what they've done.
Rightio. Okay, thank you for that. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 74, which is professional standard. And so, yeah, go Russell.
Just for me, the car didn't need the shed.
Okay, all right. So can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 73, professional standard. The numbers are very tight across the board. So maybe Janine, we haven't heard from you. Any thoughts on the photographer?
Well done capturing this majestic bird. Just a little more care in the printing of this image. Some of those colours are pretty blocked up. And the tension at the bottom of the frame, the bird's foot is very close. So just paying attention to those details. But keep going with this sort of work. There was real potential here.
Okay, great, thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award, and happy with that? Esther was contemplating. She is going to challenge.
Okay, I gave this an 83, so I've nudged it into silver. The strength is in those beautiful graphics and that repetition of shape and form, and the way that it's been presented as well, with that extra space and breathing room on either side of the image, so that you actually do focus on that very clean centre. The tonality and everything is beautiful. You know, whether it's real or whether it's imagined, it doesn't really matter. It's taking us to another place. Beautiful qualities. I think it's deserving of a silver.
Thoughts from the other end, Russell?
Yeah, well, simple things sometimes take a bit of time to think, and I agree with everything that Esther said, and I guess because of sort of not a lot of clues about many other things, I didn't lift it any higher, but I could easily go higher. At first I was sort of a little bit disturbed by the middle rock touching the bottom one, but then I went up there and I quite liked the separation of the light on the bottom one from the darkness of the body of the middle one. And then I just looked at perhaps the tonality running through the plane around those up front rocks, if you like, and just seeing it sort of being a bit different to the left, a bit heavier on the left and the right, kind of disturbed my little sense of balance, but pretty pickety things really. I'm happy to lift.
Chris, you're up in the silver range.
Yeah, I was on 81. I think it's really well printed. I think that space to the left and right and the lining up of those three elements is important. I was kind of wrestling with the necessity of the top third for a little while and the kind of dominance of that island that's in the distance. But that gives you the three elements in a row, and that gives you that line that you follow, and it gives you a reason to focus on the center. So I'm glad we're having a chat about potentially silver.
Okay, any other thoughts? Okay, looks like it's back to you, Esther.
Well, I can hear that some of you are here with me on that silver. Yeah, and the more I look at it, the more passionate I feel about it, to be honest, as well. So it's slightly quirky, the way that you've got those rocks that are nudging up together in the front. So it's not expected. It's slightly, the author has presented something that is just a little bit jarring as well within that beauty of that scene.
Okay, judges, please read score. It's over the line, 81, silver wall. Okay, and can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're just going to do a little judge change. Okay, Sarah Lee, you can take a break, and Angela, you're here. Okay, and Janine, you can, and Flo, if you can come in, please. Right, and if we're all ready to go, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award, and we're happy with that. You like to challenge? Yep, Esther.
Okay. I have given this an 82, a silver. I really enjoy the direction and the way that your eye is just drawn in and swoops around, and it's got that beautiful curvature against the sky. Yes, the treatment is harsh, there's no doubt about it. You get in there and it's really scratchy and incongruous against that beautiful soft sky, but that's what makes it really visually challenging, I think, and brings a sense of tension to those beautiful curves.
Chris, you're down the other end of things.
So I was on 76. I put this into bronze because I actually think the treatment's gentle. Like, it's a speedway, it should be noisy and full of this stuff, but it's this soft, kind of cool palette. And it's printed on, on a rag so that it's not really contrasty. And that's why I chose to reward it up into bronze, because it was taking a subject that felt one way and it was interpreting it as something else. So I love it for different reasons for you. And I'm listening to other conversation.
Russell, thought?
Actually, I could sort of come up with you, I think, too, Esther. It's an inanimate sort of presentation of something that's quite dynamic, what happens on it. I'm pretty sure it's a cycle track. So, and I quite like the fact that its shape is kind of a bit, the railing is sort of, the track itself has got curves and shape and steepness and what have you, but it doesn't sort of look like that in its first instance, and yet the grunge of its use is splattered up against the side of the walls, and if you look closely, it's got that lovely sort of nitty-gritty sort of detail, and I just really enjoy that blue railing running through that to match, sort of bring us into the sky as well. So it's really quite a peaceful image, and the inside of the track crossing over the railing at the bottom there, that could have been tempted, the artist could have been tempted to use that in a different way, but they haven't, and I quite enjoy that as well.
Okay, any other thoughts? No? Looks like back to you, Esther.
I think you guys have both said it, to be honest. So I think that we should award this with a silver for the simple fact that it is a really unique representation of this particular subject matter.
Okay, judges, please rescore. $81, silver award. Okay, nice conversation there, judges. And can we have the next print, please? She was already upside down. Okay, we've got a score of 74, professional standard, and the numbers are incredibly tight. So, just a number, yep, Angela?
Well done to the photographer for a really sweet little capture of this curious rat. Just some things to look out. The eyes are not quite sharp, and the distracting elements in the background take away from that, I think, too.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. We happy with that? No? Esther?
Okay, I'm going to challenge this. I've given it a silver on 83. Now, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what it is that I'm looking at. It's clearly a feathered friend, but I don't think that matters either, that the story isn't completely resolved for me. It's got a beautiful museum-type gallery feel, and the detail and the clarity in some areas of it obviously draw our attention to what it actually is. It doesn't bother me that the wings in the background have sort of gone to that soft feel, because it gives that shimmer and it just adds to that visual, that beautiful museum quality again that I said. I think it's a curiosity, and I'm curious to know where you guys are sitting on this.
Frodo, you're down the other end of the scoring range.
Yeah, I give it to the professional standard range, 68, because I felt like that's a museum study portrait of the bird. But I think like the paper choice, the metallic feeling of that metallic surface of the paper choice just block the light and so many of details of the bird, and perhaps post-production makes it happen like this. So I think it's, I'm listening to, I'm listening.
Russell?
I can support Esther here. I slipped it into silver as well. It's a bird, but it's broken into bits, I think, and it's sort of almost presented as a confluence of parts that wouldn't necessarily physically be natural, and that's how I'm sort of looking at it, because I've never seen a bird look like that. And so it's parts of a bird sort of collected and makes us think about it. It's almost sort of semi-grotesque, really, but attractive for that. And so I'm kind of intrigued by it, really, and I'm kind of enamoured of the photographer's attempts to give us something quite unusual to look at, which takes a bit of figuring out, but is beautifully detailed and I think quite nicely lit. First, I was a little bit distracted by the heat in the wing, but I like Esther's description of its illumination, and I quite like it. So I gave it a 82.
Any other thoughts? No? Okay, Esther, back to you.
Sitting here and looking back up at it again, I can see that it's actually presented as a piece of art. It's got that abstraction, and so we can enjoy it on a number of different levels, both back from a distance and also going in close and seeing that beautiful detail and parts. Take it to silver, guys.
Okay, let's rescore. All right, you've moved at a point to 78. Nice strong bronze. Congratulations. Good conversations about, I'm sure the photographer will enjoy that. So thank you for all that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And Russell would like to challenge this one.
I didn't go crazy. I gave it a silver, 82, and I'm really, really comfy there. I mean, as an abstract, it's lovely to start with, and I sat in my seat for a little while looking at it from back here, which is lovely to do. And then you go up and you can look more closely, and that's fine. I love the fact that it's taken off, the planes have been broken. That sort of femininity that flow of feminine energy has been broken in the middle there. And I really quite like the bravery of having that top hand just dangling like that, not necessarily attractively, but it's flat to the light source, which takes our eye to it. And I actually think that's quite a brave thing to do, balanced out by the derriere of the woman, if you like, of the bottom part of the woman, because I can't sort of see any garment there, so I can't comment on that. So those three little light planes from the hand to the arm that's flowing away from the body, breaking that plane, and then the bottom half of the subject, I just think it's quite a neat abstract, and the colour's gorgeous.
Frodo, you're down the other end.
I feel like I'm the bad person in the room. Thank you so much for explaining to me. Maybe I'm definitely be harsh because it's really interesting. The color palette, the vibrance of it, the pose of the person, the blurriness of that, the motion, everything. Perhaps my concern is a bit like the shadow happen in the right and the bottom side of the image. It's like a bit distracting and it's not quiet. Working with the balance of the composition of the image, but definitely I'm listening.
Esther?
I'm totally with Russell on this, and I think there's so many things to enjoy about this image. It's a really interesting complexity of the softness and the blur, but then you've got those angular shapes which are jarring and bring your vision into that centre part, which is, like Russell said, it's very brave on the part of the photographer, but it works. It's beautiful. I gave it an 83.
Any other thoughts? No? Yep, Chris, quickly.
I think I want to know where I love the technique, love it. I want to know where the photographer wants us to look. I feel like that lower half of the torso is grabbing a lot of attention and isn't necessarily rewarding us. All the stuff I want to see is in the top half. So I kind of wonder if there was another capture nearby that would have let us explore the top half more. I would love to have I'd love you to explain why the ring on the finger seems to be sharper than everything else. I feel like that was an intentional choice, and I'm not sure why. I'm on 78, so I'm not against coming up to silver.
Russell, back to you.
Chris, I don't think the ring is sharper than anything else. I just think because it's not of human substance, it's just reflecting the light more strongly. So I've gone up there, it's not sharp. Is it Furu or Furo? How do you say your name? Furu, yeah, Furu, thank you, I wanted to get it right. So Furu, I think because it is an abstract, those shadows and things just add to it. If that subject would be just plonked in the middle of that red space, it wouldn't be quite as intriguing, and it just gives our eye, it gives a lovely sort of texture and a movement, if you like, of the whole thing. Those shadows give the background a dynamic and a movement that just flows into the subject itself. Chris got no problem with the ring, and it's just a beautifully artistic representation of a woman. And I really admire the bravery of that hand, because the hand glares with the softness of everything else, and that's quite an excellent addition to the whole image, I think.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you've done it. 82, silver award. All right, thank you for that conversation, guys. And can we have the next print, please?
We have a 75 bronze award, we'll accept that.
A score of 73, professional standard. And comment from somebody. Chris? Yep, sure.
I think the choice to provide that crushing black space around this figure is a really good one, and the downward cast face adds to that. I think I wanted to read more into the face. I feel like the glasses kind of get in the way of you reading some emotion, and if that had been a stronger emotive feeling coming from the person, then it would have scored higher. So,
Okay.
Can I just add, Paul? I
Yep.
mean, the light has caught two little specks on the left-hand side, which just took us away from it as well. I thought I can see them from here as well as up there.
Okay. Thanks for that, Russell. And Chris? Okay, can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're just going to do a bit of a double judge change. Okay, Esther, if you can take a break, and Amber, if you'd like to come in, and Chris, you can take a break, and Kay, if you'd like to come in. Okay, and we're all ready to go. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75. It's the Bronze Award. And we're all happy with that? No? Russell's not happy? He wants to challenge it?
Just realised I'm surrounded by women. I just really enjoy it. For one, it's in the quietude of night, as it were, and everything's really still and sharp. But it's also a wonderful commentary on the comings and the goings, which I think is everything. So it's quite a neat way to show us that. So in the stillness of everything, yet there is this movement, and we don't know of what or who, but it's there. The only thing I'm a little bit confused about is the green, the three green strips on the right. I can't understand what that would be coming from, but otherwise I really enjoy it as for what it is.
Okay.
I gave it an 82.
There you go. And down the other end, not picking on you, Froke, but you are at the other end of scoring.
Yeah. For me, I think it's really good practice and standard practice of taking nightlife. And I'm not sure about the black and white treatment and have a color with the whole light. Not sure that's a perfect treatment to the image, maybe colorful but low saturated. Encourage me to be higher. And I'm not sure the paper choice actually here really helped the image as well, but I'm listening, Russell.
Okay, any thoughts, Amber?
I was right on the medium on 75, and just with regards to the green, I think perhaps that could be like a taxi top light or something like that with the oncoming cars. I think I really do enjoy the movement in this piece, but there's just two things that really have held me into the bronze range rather than going up to silver. One is there's a lot of little dust spots in the dark parts, which I feel like could have easily been resolved. And there's also the two little lights on the white side that are right down the bottom of the frame. I just keep getting drawn down to those, which breaks the beautiful fluidity of the rest of it. So if you could explain those to me, then I could join you on silver.
Okay. Back to you, Russell.
Well, I would have no idea how to explain those because I don't even know what they are. But I also notice, interestingly, that the two lights that are running in the white, stop where they, they don't go all the way through to the corner as well. So maybe they jump lanes or something, I don't know. But, sometimes things don't need a shitload of explanation. They just are lovely to look at or they are not. And I find this lovely to look at.
Okay, let's have a rescore. Just standing by for the system. Hopefully you're okay. Yep. All right, and taking up a point, 76, bronze. Oh, you solidified the score and had a good conversation. Okay. All right, so let's accept that and move forward. Can we have the next print, please? Once again, I just have to remind judges to keep everything nice and concise, and we're running to a bit of a timeline, and, well, we're not actually running to the timeline at the moment. We're a bit behind, so just keep those comments on point. Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award, and Kay's hand immediately stretches for the sky.
This is incredibly clever. What we all know what it is, and well done for showing Ilford's name up there in the logo. I'm sure they'll be very pleased with that in terms of the film strip. I enjoy the repetition that's happening between the sprockets of the film and the windows of the building. The angle that the building is on is the convergence that's happening is really, really strong and powerful within the composition. The treatment of it in terms of the graininess, it's referencing film. I'm not sure it's shot on film because generally you get the frame around the actual sprockets, inside the sprockets, as opposed to them extending off. But this is a beautiful play on that, and the tonal range that's been utilised and explored in this has been cleverly done. So I've scored this 83. I'd like to hear some other comments.
Angela, you're down the other end of scoring.
Yeah, I actually regretted and was a bit hasty in my score. I gave a 76, and the more I look at it, the more I really enjoy the interplay between the 2D and 3D elements, and even the curve of the building, how that might represent the curve of your film as well, and the single light on, really, really nicely done. And yeah, I definitely will be coming up, I think, as well.
Russell, did you have anything else to add?
Just quickly, I'd support too that I enjoy also the flare off the black sprockets and the beautiful strength of that bottom left-hand corner, the building being tipped to lead out of the bottom left-hand corner. I think there's a lot of thought gone into this image, and it's all sort of pretty simple to interpret, really. I think it's wonderful graphic. I scored at 82, and I think I was a little bit stingy.
Okay, back to you, Kay. Oh.
Yeah, I think you're all getting it. I think that's wonderful. Just something else I'd like to add is that the reference to the light leaking and the sprockets at the top too. So, this has been very, very cleverly thought out and put into practice. The grain, the texture, the tone, it referenced the old traditional photography, darkroom photography, and it's beautifully done. So if you feel like bringing it up higher, I've only scored at 83. So if you have the option to increase that.
Okay, let's rescore. $84, silver award. Okay. All right, great conversation about that. Thank you very much. And let's have the next print, please. Right. We initially have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Flo, you need to have a conversation about this.
Yes, of course. It's such a
score?
I gave it 92, straight to the gold, because of its exceptional visual piece of communication. Subtle color palette. It has such a pastel or perhaps even watercolor painting feeling on it. And everything is smooth and delicate, and the lavender, and some part is blur, some part is very sharp. It's just, and presentation, it's like you are looking through a window with something like a water drop on a window and makes it like a blur and sharp, blur and sharp. I really like the photographer create something and present it in a beautiful way to make our brain just thinking and have a challenge. Why is blur, why is sharp? So I really want to listen, you guys, why you are not in gold range.
We've got several, but can we just, Angela, you're at the bottom end, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, it's a really, really beautiful print, and I love parts of how they've dealt with the light on the glass. It's very delicate. The main thing that really drew me down, sorry, I should say I gave it a 77, was just that real blur across one side of the image, which I couldn't quite understand, because everything else was just so exquisite, and then it just softens off so much that there's no detail at all. So, which I think the detail is what makes this so beautiful. So if you could explain that, that would be great.
Russell wants a...
Yeah, Faru, I need that explained to me as well, because everything you say is absolutely accurate, but I mean, we have a translucent, we have a translucency through all these subjects there, but for that last one on the left there to be kind of unresolved like that, and then allowing what was sitting in that bottle to just float in space without any joining to the bottle, to me I find that visually distracting, and I can't understand why the photographer has treated every other bottle so beautifully, but let that one just drop off like that and not allow us to enjoy that in the same way that we get to enjoy the others, and what that adds to the image if it does anything.
Yeah, we'll let everybody have a go. So I know that, yeah, Kay, will you indicate first?
I'm up there with Thoreau. I'm actually, I'm on 88. This is just such a delicately handled image. In terms of the blur, you're almost looking at something that's been captured through a shift lens, where you can actually adjust the sharpness of the image, between planes, horizontal, vertical planes. What's held me back just a fraction is the placement of some of the lavender, where instead of pointing together, I would have liked to have seen them overlapping, so that there's not a finite point in terms of where they're coming. But it's been so beautifully handled, the tonal palette, the tones being captured. The background there is just an ever so subtle tone across that whole upper half of the background, so you see a separation between where the glass vases are sitting on a table, and then you get that depth of the slight subtleness of tone of grey in the background, which gives us depth within the image. I think this has been beautifully done, I really do. I think if I'd fine-tuned those little bits of lavender, I probably would have pushed it up into a gold distinction, but I'm prepared to come up to gold because I think it's just been so well crafted and put together.
Amber?
I was on 86 and I'm also willing to come up to gold with you, Wharu. I just wanted to draw attention to the way that the circle mat has been beautifully echoed by the one circle bottle in the middle of the frame. And Russell, to answer your question about the blur part, I think that you sort of answered it yourself with the word translucency that you used. It's an echo of the translucency of the bottles in the way that it's been captured. So I think it's a beautiful piece. Congratulations to the photographer.
Okay, Wharu?
I think all of you agree with me. This is this is kind of yes. If lavender would be more sitting in a more delicate way, I definitely sitting in a gold with distinction. About the blurriness, it's just imagine yourself looking through the whole of like a doorknob to looking at this lifestyle setting. You can't see it every single bottle sharp. That's how I working. It's like you are looking to the one bottle with the lavender and you see it sharp and the rest would be slightly unsharp. So that's the nature of seeing something. And I think that's the reason that the presentation is like circle. It's such a beautiful piece of art. It really needs to be recognized as a gold range.
Okay, judges, let's read score.
Thank you. We have a score of
91, Gold Award. Brilliant. Thank you very much, judges. And we'll have the next print.
I think that accent is a completely unfair advantage.
Sorry?
I think your accent is a completely unfair advantage.
Is it too convincing for you?
Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Amber or Kay? Kay, you want to take that? You're both the same.
I'll take it. I scored this image in this landscape in 83, and I just really fell in love with the beautiful, gritty clarity within the landscape. There's so many different things to look at. The tyre marks on the beach are echoed by the beautiful shapes in the clouds. I feel like the composition is very thoughtfully balanced with all the different shapes that are going on, and it's an image that you can just fall into, and I feel like it really deserves to sit in the silver range. Kay, you're there with me? Come up, guys.
Okay, Wharu.
Yeah, I really like the landscape, especially for me. It's like the landscape divided to two. Top is the sky, and the bottom is such beautiful, lots of texture, the leading line, sharpness. For me, the sky is a bit busy and heavy-handed, and the vignette actually add more heavy-handed to the sky. So, well, I'm listening.
Anybody else want to speak? Kate? Yep.
What appealed to me, thank you, Amber, for challenging this. The ruggedness of the sky is actually helps accentuate the ruggedness and desolation and isolation of the actual landscape itself. The composition has been cleverly done with the creating that beautiful curve around with the rocks and around the front. What I also saw in the image were a couple of fishing poles. And they were just so beautiful there. I couldn't see any people, but the fishing poles were there, and that was what helped lift it for me, because I felt it's, you've got this rugged coastline, but yet you still have people that are actually going there to enjoy it. And that is brought through on the tyre marks and the tracks of the vehicles as well. I don't have a problem with the vignetting at all. I just think that heaviness accentuates the ruggedness of the place, and yeah.
Okay, Amber, back to you.
Thank you, Kay. Everything that Kay said, and also just with regards to the sky, my first thought was that those dark patches within the sky were also a little bit too dark, but then when I came back I realised that they needed to be that dark in order to balance the blacks and the shadows in the bottom of the image. So I think that that's actually a real positive to this image, and it brings the whole thing together. I also think that this photo would be magnificent blown up really, really large, so I hope that the photographer does do that one day. I'm stuck on 83. I think that you guys need to come up much higher, so let's reward this beautiful landscape.
Rescore, please, judges. 78. Good talking. We've brought that up to an 80 silver. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a blank screen, please? Can we get Russell to have a break? And Christopher, can you pop in, please?
Good luck, mate. I'll try my accent.
All right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 71, which is a professional standard. Judges, you're all across the board, so would somebody like to give some feedback for the Christopher? Thank you.
There's a whole set of beautiful illustration and photography devoted to Mrs. Faversham out of Great Expectation, the woman who refused to remove her wedding dress and wore it for the rest of her life. If you're going to give us this sort of graphic bridal shot of mourning, do the lighting a little bit more carefully. You just really sledgehammered the hair light there, and that would have just mellowed it down so much more.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 83, which is a silver award. Amber. Are you going to challenge?
What an incredible piece of art. I scored
What was-
this in a 90 in the gold range because it has such a romantic feeling of looking through portholes on a ship as you sail through a foreign landscape. I love the presentation. I think the way that the landscape has been carried through the grey parts of the image to bring everything together cohesively is very unique and clever, and I just think that it's a beautiful piece of artwork. So, talk to me.
Faro?
Why me? Why always me? Thank you so much for your challenge. I know I'm sitting like on the fence. The reason I'm sitting that part because I really enjoyed the abstract feeling of the image and the sharpness of the circle, which has such a big contrast with the scenery. For me, it's like, because the photographer was very brave to play with the presentation, I feel like that line, the white line around the frame, which the separation from the matte, from the gray, it's a bit big. And because it's more the whitest and brightest area of the image, my eyes just keep going out of the image and I can't see inside. But I'm definitely want to come up. I'm listening.
Okay, anybody else? You're all about the same. Christopher?
The base image is absolutely delightful, really worthy of gold. And then there's this heavy grey circular mat. If you'd just been as creative with these circles and that, why is it dark grey? You know, you would have easily scored us. It just needs to be as delicate as what you've done in the base image. I have scored this 85 because I think you do need reward for unique vision, and this is really beautiful. Just that last touch of finessing.
Okay, back to you. Anybody else? Otherwise, back to Amber.
So to address the white border, I think that the white border is there to echo the lighter parts of the sky within the image. The unevenness, I agree, does bother me also, but I think that that is the fault of the framer, not the photographer, and I don't think that the photographer should be marked down too harshly for that. With regards, Christopher, to the grey of the background around the circles, to me that represented, say, the interior of the ship. And I think it's a perfect choice, it's a perfect balance to keep all the contrast and all the focus inside those portholes, which is where the photographer really wants you to be looking. This is a beautiful piece of artwork, guys. It does deserve a gold. Please come up.
All right, rescore, please. We've gone to 88, which is silver distinction. Well done. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is professional standard. Kay, you happy with that? Okay. Thank you. And a comment for the judge, for the photographer. Kay, please.
A very brave piece of work. I think something that I feel a little bit conflicted with is the red and the orange. It's not entirely sitting together well for me, particularly the hair. Yeah, and the lighting on the face, I feel, in the body, I think is a little bit strong for what we've got around the softness of what's happening around the outside of the image.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Faro, you can go rest your voice. And Janine, would you like to come in, please? Okay, next image, please. Just the button. The next arrow. We have a score of 74, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment for our photographer, please? Okay.
I guess with this image, I'm struggling a little bit in terms of what it's actually trying to tell us. There's obviously some sort of story in there. There's a mirror there doing reflections. You've got the negative nature in terms of what we're seeing in the foreground and in different elements. But I'm really struggling to understand what the context is and what's being presented.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Amber, please?
Can I challenge it?
You can.
Okay. I gave this a bronze award because I feel like this is, I'm on 77. This is actually a really intriguing subject and quite a thoughtful capture of this subject. I love the way his nose is kind of echoed by his elbow, and the shape that his jacket makes is all very, compositionally quite constructive. I think that the colour palette works, and I know there are some technical flaws, but I think that this really is a bronze portrait.
Okay, can we hear from Kay at the other end, please?
I'm struggling a little bit with the possibly even lens choice, the dominance of the elbow within the frame, the disconnect of the jacket with the, I think, feel like his arms a little bit too far back, and the highlights that are coming through in the right side of his hair. They are things that for me are pulling it backwards a little bit, and his expression is not really one of that's drawing me in. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Okay, Christopher?
If there's an intent to drive a narrative of a man of between genders or gender fluidity, I can't understand why the skin on his face isn't more feminised. It's too deep. It's down by a zone on his elbow. So I would have lassoed the face and feminised it by lighting, because at the moment the brightest thing in this photo is that elbow.
Okay, back to you, Amber.
Well, for me, the brightest thing in this image is actually the highlights on his hair. And I think that those are a positive because they're drawing our eye up to the image. The elbow is very prominent, but I think that this image is as much about the beautiful graphic shapes that the elbow and the jacket are making. And I think that it deserves to be rewarded for those beautiful shapes as well as the pensive look. I love it. Come up to bronze.
Rescore, please. Lots of good talk, but we've stayed the same. 73 professional standard. Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. You're all about the same, judges. Angela, would you like to give feedback, please?
Congratulations on the Bronze Award. A really beautiful detail in the feathers. There, perhaps just look at some of the distracting elements like the branch coming across the bottom of the frame and in the background as well.
Lovely, thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have an initial score of 83, but Kay, you need to challenge this.
I've scored at 92. I don't even care what it is. I just think it's an absolutely delightful visual piece of art. I looked at some of the circles and their connections that they're having, and it reminded me of the sides of a bicycle chain, which have connections. You don't actually need to make anything of it. It has a depth to it, a dimension to it, and it's just the tones in it, the variety in tones across the image, all work together to create this beautiful piece of art. I've scored at 92.
We have to hear from Christopher first, who's at the other end.
I'm struggling with this one because I just can't see
What was your score, Christopher?
I scored at 74. And I really struggled with this one. I really looked all over it, trying to find connections and some sort of cookie there to give me the clue as to what the ultimate aim of this photo is. It could be intentionally just diffused, but for me, I really was looking for something more. I can see edges to cloning and patching and things like that. I'm not sure if that's actually the edge of the object itself and it's just being imagined. The one thing I will hand you about is I've been dying for a photo where the focus is part of the integral part of the story. And this is the only thing I can see here that's rewarded.
Angela, you wanted to have a chat?
Yeah, I think I scored this in 81, but I think I was actually a little bit too stingy in that. I just really like the fact that you're better to not even focus on this when you're standing there. If you stand in front and just let your eyes completely fade out of focus, everything kind of pops off the page and you get this real three-dimensional kind of magic eye feeling from it. And I just really appreciate the artistic nature of that. And yeah, I really, really enjoy it and I'm going to come up.
Anybody else? Janine?
Thank you for challenging, Kay. I gave this an 84 and I was being a bit of a scaredy cat. But I sort of revisited and I'm totally loving those edges. I think if this had had straight edges, we would have lost a lot of its appeal. And just those little curves on the edges. Loving the balance, it's sort of like you go between looking at these soft, sort of harmonious shapes, and then you bounce back to reality with some harder light, and so you can spend a lot of time looking at not a great deal.
Thank you. Back to you, Kay.
It's one of these pieces, thank you guys, I think you've brought some good points there. It's one of those pieces that you don't need to know what it is. You can just appreciate it for its softness, its hardness, its tone. I'm sitting here and I'm imagining dominoes, I'm imagining a maze. Every time I keep looking at it, I'm sort of thinking of something else that it's reminding me of. I think it's just incredibly clever. Piece of three-dimensional, you get the highlight going back into the shade, creating these three-dimensional shapes. That is something that you could actually look at and imagine for a long time. So yeah, I'd love to see it score gold, but it's up to you, judges.
Please rescore. Really well done. Good talking. 90 gold. Congratulations to our photographer. And next image, please. Actually, before we do that, blank screen, please. Can we swap out Angela for Sarah Lee? Thanks. Right. Next image, please. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Janine, do you want to... Janine, you do have a challenge there if you wish.
Look, I'd like to congratulate the photographer on having a really good play with something that's probably a fairly ordinary piece of architecture, and bringing us something that we would not normally see and letting us actually consider this a little further. I enjoy the mask shape that's in the middle. Yeah, I'd like to hear from the other judges.
What did you score it, Janine?
I scored it 80 silver.
Okay, so we can hear from anybody else. Kay or Amber, you put your hand up.
I scored this, excuse me, I scored this as 76, and I deeply appreciate the attention that's been paid to the symmetry within this image. I just really, in order to move to a higher scoring range, I needed that symmetry not to be echoed in the sky at the top and the bottom, and I just wanted something out of place to give a little bit more interest.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, back to you, Janine.
Totally hear what you say about symmetry, and that's actually what it's all about. I mean, we can look for a cookie, but this is just flat out about playing with symmetry.
Cool, please rescore. You've brought it up 1 point to 78, Bronze Award. Well done. Next image, please. We have a score of 77, which is a Bronze Award. Janine, do you want to challenge? You do? Okay, we've got a challenge from Janine.
I enjoyed the thought that's gone into this image, and it's making me think that this child is a reader, very much into reading. That is all he or she thinks about all the time, and that is, I think, what this image is exploring. Just to address the sort of, I suppose, the seam of the T-shirt that is in the bottom of the image, I was like, that's a shame, and then I thought, actually, that's needed to give this a nice placement within the frame. So a bit of space at the bottom. So I'd like to hear what other judges think.
What did you score it, Janine?
I scored this 83.
Okay, Kay, and actually Christopher, you're at the, no, Kay, you are the bottom.
I scored the 73, and I felt, I was struggling with the lack of detail in areas. The expression on the face is not necessarily connecting to that narrative of a book reader. I did, at one stage, sort of feel it maybe emulated the idea of the binary code system where you've got the zeros and ones and the numbers and all that sort of thing. But yeah, I'm a little bit distracted by that shoulder and the fact that it's very little or no connection between the neckline and that sleeve line.
Anybody else? Okay. Oh, Christopher?
I actually went to the trouble of trying to read everything there, and it has nothing to do with childhood or trauma or conflict. It's just a pattern of words, and it really upset me because this would be so easy to make the photo special if there was something that had family trauma, childhood, mystery, connection, and of words.
Okay, back to you, Janine.
Thank you, judges, for those thoughts. Look, just to address a few things, I don't see trauma or conflict in this child. I think they're actually a bit of a dreamer and quite a thoughtful sort of person, and underlying, reasonably happy. And you can see with the words, there's actually many pages within that. So there's many, and they've been curved. So there's a lot of different words. It would have been nice to see the words relating to something, but I think this is an avid reader that reads everything. So I'd be really stoked if the judges would consider coming up to silver.
Please rescore. Lots of good chatter, but we've stayed on 78 Bronze Award. Can we have a blank screen, please? Amber, do you want to have a break? And Esther, do you want to come in, please? All right, next image, please. We have an initial score of 78, which is a bronze award. We can have a challenge if we wish. Either Esther or Janine. Esther?
I've given this a silver at 80, and to be honest, I was probably sitting on the fence. I should have gone higher. I love the painterly qualities of this. It's got a Turner feel to it. You can almost feel the brush strokes, even though it's photographic. It's the beautiful detail, and when I say detail, the detail in the highlights and the clarity of those shapes and that form, and it's delicious. Your eye just travels around it. I think it's a beautiful piece of abstract art.
Thank you. Can we hear from Kay?
I scored at 76 in solid bronze range, and for those very reasons, I thought it's a beautiful piece of art. Loved the movement. Blown up, it would look really, really, really good. I'm not sure that the very, very top part's a little bit, I love the bottom part of the image where you've got the large waves and everything, and there's a heaviness on the left-hand side that's pulling me back a little bit, which could have been fine-tuned in some post-production. I think it's a lovely piece of work, but I'm listening to see whether I can be pushed to silver.
Christopher?
Following on from what Kay said, if you lost the top third and made it extreme panoramic, you'd have a dark top edge to balance your bottom dark top edge, and then the cookie would be that, I don't know how you've achieved this, but in a total blur, there is one area of sharpness, and it's the little cookie running down the first wave at the bottom. There's spray there that is as close to sharp you can get in such a motion shot. So yeah, the top half is too bright, it's confusing the issue.
Janine.
Perfect. I'm glad I got an opportunity to speak, because check out those colours. They are epic. And just the balance of warm and cool, and it does hark back to those sort of Turner type colour palette. Yeah, I'm right there for the colour.
Okay, back to you, Esther.
The colour, the abstraction, Janine echoes exactly the way I feel about it. I do believe it's worthy of a silver.
Right, please rescore. Good talking. We've brought this up to 80, silver award. Well done, photographer. Right. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? Kay, take a break. And Chris, jump on in. What's the time, Chris? Right, next image, please. We have a initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. Esther, do you wish to challenge this?
Yes, I will. Okay, I've given this 82. I've taken it into silver. I love the way that it's been presented. It has a proof sheet feel. You can see the edges of the film, and but within that context, you've got the form of the building presented as segments. So it's that that broken up irregularity, which adds to that the incredible graphics of the building. I actually would have gone higher, but I sort of feel that possibly the printing could have been slightly better to give more emphasis on those graphics of the building.
Christopher.
Being a fan of the pop art world where the Polaroids all make an image by being laid on top of each other and not lining up, this is a very good example of that, but the problem is the print quality. If you look at a contact sheet, it's usually got stronger contrast than the final print because there's less demands on the negative. This has actually gone the opposite way.
What did you score it?
I scored it 73.
Okay. Anybody else? Chris?
I love the graphic of the contact sheet. I kind of wish that like that bottom edge was either straight or not straight, Like there's it's a little bit skew-if. So that brings me back to thinking about why do we have 9 images? What's the strength of the contact sheet? I have a favorite in here. It's the top middle one. Like I love that. If that had been presented just like that, I would have gone ballistic. And I'm willing to bet we all each have a favorite. But I have as a collective of 9, I don't know if it coalesces the way that I want it to tell the story better than any one frame. So I'd love you to talk about that, Esther.
Okay. Back to Esther.
Okay, as a contact proof sheet in the darkroom, when we lie them up, they don't necessarily all have to be regular, do they? So I'm awarding the vision of the photographer in this instance. I think it takes it into a silver range.
Okay, please rescore. Good talking, but we've stayed in the bronze range at 78. Thank you. Congratulations. Next image, please. Thank you. We have a 78, a bronze award. You happy with that? Yeah. We'll accept that. And would someone like to make a comment here, please? We have an initial score of 76. Is everybody happy with that? Bronze award? Okay, thank you. Christopher, would you like to speak to the photographer, please?
Apologies to the author. You've got a very simple piece of work that's very effective. I kept bashing in 79, bashing in 78, bashing in 79. So I couldn't challenge this up to the next category because there's just not enough here to emotively bring it into the next category. But you're certainly worthy of bronze. If it's just for placing that seat exactly on that horizon line, so the curve of the support to the backrest comes down and leans on it, that's the charm. But there's just not enough here. There just needs to be more.
Cool, thank you. Next image, please. We've got a few more images, then we go to digital. So do you want to stop back then? Okay. Thank you. We have an 86 silver distinction. We have an initial score of 72, which is professional standard. Sarah Lee, you can challenge this if you wish. No? Okay. Thank you. Can we have a comment for the...
Yeah, what a graceful seal. He looks like he's very comfortable and happy basking in that sunshine. A few things to work on technique-wise. There is so much detail in the fur that could be brought up had the exposure been managed a little bit better. Those sun flares on the left-hand side do detract from the seal, and then just print quality in the shadows are really blocky as well. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, and I'd also say I would love to see this from a low angle, looking up to make the seal look real grandiose. That would be beautiful.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Next image, please. Right. Just waiting. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. We can move that into challenging. Yes, Christopher? What was your score, Christopher?
I scored this 86, and it was just the sheer annoyance of one or two aspects that stopped me going into gold. And I do feel that, without insulting the practitioner, if you showed your prints to other people, you'd actually realise that maybe there's some more you can do with printing. There's just that extra step to give you the ability to give the curvature better quality by printing contrast. But let's talk about the subject. The subject's perfect. We've been seeing flips. This is a flip in water, and you've designed it beautifully so the profile of the face is a gold. And then you move down the body frame, and the hand that reaches over the breast for modesty is mirrored coming up in a rather creepy way from the water because the ripples have distorted. And then you've got to work out what's there, what? There's only one hand at the bottom. Well, that's because it's coming out of the water. It's not going to have a reflection. This is brilliant work. It really, really is deserving of silver distinction. If this was printed to its full potential, you'd be talking gold.
Sarah Lee.
I'm at the other end of the spectrum. I gave this a 75. I agree with Christopher on the print quality. You could be much more depth to those blacks brought out. I didn't like it for those creepy hand reasons. I felt like from where I'm sitting now, those two hands look as though they are grasping that woman to drag her down, to do something that's not sitting as comfortably, as quietly, as beautifully as the rest of her pose is. I do feel that the background above it wasn't necessary. If the top was perhaps subdued or all those details were removed to be as quiet as the bottom half, I think that would really keep our attention on her. I think it's a beautiful image. I think it's captured in beautiful light. I just don't see more to it.
Anybody else? Esther?
I think that it's beautifully positioned within the frame, and it really doesn't bother me at all what's happening in the background. And I think the clincher for me, which is actually why I'm actually going to take my score higher, is she's got her eye open in the face on top of the water. It's closed underneath. So that's a very simple, clever piece of design which really adds to the story.
Janine?
It is a really refreshing approach to this type of photography. I'm assuming it's a maternity type scenario, and it's brilliant to see something so contemporary and fresh being done with that genre.
Okay, back to Christopher.
Really, I'm just asking people to join me at Silver Distinction because it really is a fairly unique image. And the only things that are knocking it back are so easily fixed, so from gold. So I would suggest everyone look at the intelligence behind this, the serenity in the person's face, and all the other aspects that go to make this, even from this distance, a marvellous piece of work. Silver Distinction, please.
Please rescore. Excellent talking. We have 85, which is silver distinction. Well done to the photographer. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 79, and Chris's hand's straight up because he's got the challenge.
So I've spent time trying to read this image, and there are some visual clues in here that I think are pushing us along a line to tell a story. The clothes the subject are wearing remind me of fine china, and that kind of is mirrored in the tattoos. And then, obviously the stomach area, and she's got her hands passed through there, but it's empty. And I fought with how I was going to score this because the shadow didn't have the hands in it, and that really bothered me. But then it's like, that's there for, like, that is such a choice. There's a reason why they've presented that. And there's some inklings of what that could be. Is it about, body image, or is it about pregnancy or a lack of pregnancy? And at first that wasn't resolved with me. This is making me think of all these questions. And sometimes when an image makes you ask questions, you don't care to look at it for long enough to answer them. I want to look at this for longer to understand that. That's really strong. That generative interest is what's pushed me into silver distinction at 86, and I'd love to listen to some more about this.
Sarah Lee.
Okay, so I'm at the bottom again, sorry, photographer. 74. I initially scored at that. I will be coming up for after listening to Chris, because I had questions with no answers, and now I've got answers, and that is really helpful to know that I instantly see what you were referring to as well. So I'll definitely be coming up just a critique for the photographer. The cloning and the shadows and the pixelation can become really obvious. But no, this is a really intriguing image. And yeah, definitely coming up to silver at least.
Esther.
I've given this an 82 silver. I'm going to come up to silver distinction. And I don't understand it, but that's what I'm attracted to as well. It's the fact that we don't necessarily have to resolve it. And I definitely reference the fine china as well. Thank you, Chris.
Janine.
Thank you for challenging, Chris. Definitely there is a feeling here of pain and suffering of some sort. But I felt like the paper choice and to a point, the colour, but I'd take on board the reference to China and fragility. But it was just didn't go with my feeling of pain and suffering. Well, not mine, but hers.
Cool. Back to you, Chris.
So lots of conversation about questions. So I think feels like there's a little bit of support there. The kind of pixelation is probably the reason why I might not have gone higher. Like the way that central shadow has been treated could have been done differently. But then it does take your focus to it and make you really pay attention. There's no hands there. So lots of choices that I think were smart. I'm on 86. What's it on at the moment?
79.
Could at least get it to silver, but I would love to see some company in silver distinction.
You're persuasive. 84, silver. Well done to the photographer. Next image, please. We have a consistent score, 75 bronze. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Sarah Lee, please?
This is quite a beautifully lit portrait. It has real historic fashion connotations to it. Just a few notes: when there is such a small amount to an image and it's quite close up, just make sure you steam your fabric, that anytime a hand is brought up to the face, that it actually interacts with the pose and it says something. There's so many curves in that image that the really angular hand doesn't add to the photograph, but keep going with this style, you'll create some amazing work in the future.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Christopher, you can have a break, and Russell, you're back in, please. Next image, please. Oh, I didn't accept this. It's my fault. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is professional standard. We happy with that? Cool. Thank you. Can we have a comment from Esther for the photographer, please?
Yes, beam me up, Scotty. Enjoy the setting and the narrative that the author has tried to bring to the image. I just wanted to see a little bit more clarity and detail with the central figure there to make that technically just a little stronger.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 78, which is a bronze award, but Esther, you can challenge this if you wish.
I've actually given this an 85, purely for just the beauty of the story and that tenderness. I think they're beautiful portraits, I really do, and it tells us something about these people which the photographer should be awarded for. It's not just a straight portrait, they're telling us a story.
Russell.
I mean, these are photographs, so the story shouldn't be the only thing that you rest on, I believe. Yeah, there's a story here of some sort, but as photography goes, I think it's pretty average. Hands are disappearing out of the frames in the second one, and the posing and the expressions are not quite believable to me. The cropping, the broad lighting, etc., I just think it falls. I've given it 74, and I'm pretty comfortable where that sits there.
Chris?
So I'm on 78, and I put this into bronze because of the storytelling. Like, from what I see, the left frame is how they are, and they close their eyes, and the right frame is how they met. That's the story that I see. So they're back in their uniforms, however many years ago. Why I'm going to have a hard time going higher is the quality of lighting. It could have been lit in a way that would provide more drama, provide more shape, provide more visual interest. So I would love to see this concept develop further, but for me, that's what's holding me back right now.
Okay, back to you.
I hear what you're saying about the lighting. To be honest, that doesn't bother me in this instance. I do think that they are beautiful portraits. It does feel authentic to me.
Right, please rescore. And we've stayed the same, 78 bronze award. Well done to the photographer. Okay, we're just going to have a blank screen, please. Esther, thank you very much. And Faro, you're back. Next image, please. We have a score of 71, which was professional standard. Can we have a comment from Russell? Thank you.
The posing, the posing's quite awkward and not overly elegant, and there's too much white of the eye. It's a little bit unnatural.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 74, which is a professional standard. Faro, would you like to challenge that? No. Okay, thank you. We will accept that. Next image. Oh, a conversation for the photographer, please, Faro.
Yeah, it's beautifully done, subtle creamy color palette. It has such an innocent feeling on it. But I think to improve the image, perhaps the back of different hand placement, because the back of hand is compete with the beautiful face. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, next image, please. Okay, thank you, judges. We have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Sarah Lee, you can challenge that if you want. Okay, thank you. We will accept that. Sarah Lee, do you want to chat to that, please?
Yeah, this is congratulations to the photographer, on high professional standard. A beautiful gaze coming off that bird, looking straight back at us, at the viewer. I'm wondering if a different frame from the same series would be better without such a big shoulder out of focus dominating the lower left. And just reducing that highlight on the tip of the beak would really keep our attention towards the eye, and also perhaps open that depth of field because your eye is ever so slightly out of focus.
Thank you very much, Sarah Lee. Right, we're just going to wait for them to change over to our digital entries, so we'll just take a couple of minutes and we'll fill in some time. Thank you.
Right, just while they are getting everything just finalised, just once again like to thank Sonny for sponsoring the awards and CR Kennedy for sponsoring the Student Awards. Just a reminder for those that have just tuned in, this is is open to part-time or full-time students enrolled in a recognised tertiary institution in New Zealand or Australia if they're entering the Australian student category, studying photography or a similar creative program. If you're a full-time photographer, you cannot enter this category. It is for the up-and-coming talent. So I believe we are ready to roll. So our judges are good. Okay, let's roll on. We are running a little bit behind time, so we'll try and keep this on track. Next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award, and Russell would like to have a challenge.
I'll have a little crack at it.
Yep.
When I saw it in the walk past, I found it really quite engaging, and of course, you want to hope that it's sharp where it should be, and it is. So it's sort of like a dartboard, really, and the bullseye, hitting the bullseye is everything we want. And you get in there, and that's exactly. I'm very satisfied when I got up and looked at it, that the colours and everything just leading into that subject of the bee and the centre of its attention, it just works for me, really. It's obviously a very simple image, but it's very, very beautiful, and it's giving us the detail where it needs to. I can't really fault it really in lots of ways, but I'm happy to hear what others have to say. I gave an 82.
Frodo, you're down the other end of things.
No, I really do enjoy of the image. I really enjoy the whole texture happen because of the movement around the flower. It creates such a beautiful visual impact of the image. The thing that holds me back is just the cropping of the image. I'm not sure this crop actually add to the composition of the image or just fail it a bit. But I'm listening.
Chris, you were up at the top end.
Yeah, I wasn't too far behind you on 81. I really quite like the blurred out outer edges. I really quite like the choice to make the center crisp and to make the B crisp. I think I probably would have gone a little higher if the B was celebrated more. It's quite a dark spot. It almost competes with the center of the flower, and then there's the highlights around that kind of that first lot of petals that take you away. So, like to me, the most beautiful part of the image is actually the bottom third, and I feel like if that's all that had been presented to us, then I would have gone super crazy on this. I'm on 81, so I'm in support though.
Okay, any other thoughts? No, it looks like it's back to you, Russell. Oh, shit. We'll beat that out later.
Fru, I'm not too sure what you mean by the cropping, because what engages us is the circular shape in the middle of the frame, so where the bee is actually heading to. And Chris, just imagine the spaceship flying into the mother spaceship. When you get in there, it's a similar tone to the centre of the flower, so hence it's not perhaps as exaggerated as it might have been if it was separated by being against the yellow. But you get in there and you can see every single exquisite, intricate detail of the bee and the heart of the flower. And sometimes simple images can pass us by, I think, and this is just beautiful for what it is, and it's a wonderful capture. And it's engaging and informative right where it should be, let alone the lovely colours that are presented to us as well.
Okay, judges, please rescore.
Silver, I think.
Okay, you've managed 80. Silver award. Okay, thank you for judges. And we're going to do this now? All right, can we just have we're going to have an imaginary blank screen. We can't blank screen the digital display. Sorry, Janine, you can have a break. And Amber, if you can come in, please. Oh, sorry, caught you mid-bite. Okay. All right. So let's have the next image, please. Okay, very consistent scoring across the board, 72, professional standard. And can we have a... Chris? Yep.
I don't know where this club is, but I'd like to find out. This is crazy. Really good concepts, quirky and imaginative. I think if that central figure had been sharp, then it would have been much more enjoyable. It's quite a bit softer compared to all of the other elements. But yeah, if you could pass along the address of this place, that would be great.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, once again, very nice consistent scoring. 73, professional standard. So, once again, can we have a Russell, quick comment?
I think obviously the dominance of the forearm coming at us, and I'm sure the photographer knows that's part of this gentleman's story, but nonetheless, as a visual, it takes us away from perhaps the person himself. So, and it's caught all the light as well. So I look at that.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, and a comment from somebody, Amber?
Congratulations to the photographer. As a mother, I can really appreciate how important this photo will be to this woman, and I just think it's a wonderful memory for this woman to have, so well done.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Amber. And we're once again having another imaginary screen. Shirley, you can have a break, get some lunch. And Kay, you can put that lunch away. Okay, let's see the next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, professional standard, and very tight scoring across the board. Looking for a comment from, yep, Farley.
I really enjoyed the mood of the image, the loneliness of the chair in a rainy day, perhaps to bring the score higher. The left bottom side of the image is a bit brighter and take a bit of attention, maybe perhaps more vignette around. And if the chair would be more sharper, that would be much better.
Yep. Great, thanks for those comments. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we'll go score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Amber has her hand up. Yeah, you can challenge.
Slinky Malinky and Godzilla. This is such an intense depiction of a creepy, naughty character. I think it's been cleverly crafted, and there's lots of intensity in those eyes to see in there. I think this is deserving of a silver award. Talk to me.
Everybody else, yep, Russell?
I gave it a 75, squeaked it into the award range because it is those things. The fact that I can't see anything else of the cat at the claws and its feet and its what's the word I'm looking for? The things it needs to pounce. If I'd been able to see the feet and it ready to go, it would have really lifted me high. I've awarded it because it is a really good idea and it is those things that you mentioned, but I just need to see it grounded as opposed to disappear into the blacks like that and us have to be forced just to look at the eyes.
Okay, first Kay.
I scored at 73. I'm prepared to come up to bronze, but I can't see it going any higher for myself at this stage. Like Russell said, the heaviness and the darkness of the cat, I would have liked to have seen it. You know how they play with mice and all that sort of thing? I would have liked to have had it so its paw was almost coming out to grab one of those cars or something like that, because it's got quite a spooky, ominous feel to it. I also feel there's a blue coming up at the top of the sky, which could have easily been cropped out just to keep our eye down in the frame a little bit more. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, Chris, you wanted to have it.
So as far as the pose of the cat goes, if my cat was doing this, it'd have butt up in the air and paws would be down and it'd be wiggling and getting ready to go. So I buy the pose. I kind of wish it took us longer to find the cat. That's all. It's like it should be stalking, and if its silhouette was hidden in mountains and stuff like that, and you eventually saw the eyes, I would have gone, ooh, that's a surprise. So I feel like it gave us a lot on a plate. I'm on 77. Oh, it could be talked up.
Okay.
Chris, I was hoping you were going to be up there with me and helping me to talk it up. Okay, I feel like I might be up here a little bit on my own, but just the drama that this photographer has managed to create with this composite, I think, deserves to be rewarded. I think that the loss of detail of those body parts in the blacks are not a problem because it's nighttime, it's moody. The cat is black, the panther, whatever it is. Those eyes are the hero of the image. That's where everything keeps being drawn back to. It needs that space above to balance out the whole composition. It's a theatrical piece and it deserves a silver.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you brought it up 1 point, solidified the bronze, 78. All right, thank you for all that conversation. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. You all happy with that? Yeah. Okay. All right. Can we get a comment from Kay? Got your hand up?
I think there's great potential in this image. The bird is actually really beautiful in its death. And I would like to see it create it into more of a fine art piece where at the moment the background is actually really taking you away from that. So I would encourage this photographer, if they've still got the bird, go and do something else with it.
Okay, dig it out of the freezer. All right, excellent. Thank you very much for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? What was it? Okay, we've got a score of 71, professional standard. And once again, can we just get a comment for the photographer? Yep.
I just feel its proximity to the cliffs on the left sort of don't separate it enough, and yeah, sort of a little bit unremarkable, if I could say that.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Okay, and next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, professional standard. And so, just, yep, Chris, a comment for the photographer?
Foreshortening for the win. Love the big foot. Love the skateboard at the front. It's a really good vantage point. I think if the photographer had chosen a vantage point that allowed this perspective but let the shadow of the skateboarder really shine, that would have been super strong. So it's definitely a concept worth revisiting.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. And next print, please. Image. Okay, we have a score of 72 with very tight numbers across the board once again. So just somebody different. Frillo? Yeah. Oh, you can, if Kay has something constructive to give. Yep.
Beautiful expression on her face, very much obviously trying to emulate, well, I shouldn't assume that, but it has an emulation to Marilyn Monroe. Just be very careful of the hands in terms of placement, and the chairs in the back. The chair itself is actually being a little bit distracting, so I would actually close up, get a little bit more closer, and maybe not quite so much one shoulder, because you've got beautiful face that you want to focus on, and the light is pulling us down into the large upper chest area.
Okay, great. Thanks for those constructive comments. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 71, professional standard. And if we can have a comment from Russell.
I really liked it from back here. I shouldn't try to assume things, but it's sort of kind of like an exercise in symmetry, really. And for that wonderful object in the background and building in the background to sort of not be centralised, just for me, kind of, I wanted that of it. Yeah, maybe a little bit hot too.
Okay. All right, thank you for those comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, and a comment for the photographer along the line there, Chris.
I love the color palette in this, the retro feel. I love the choice to leave that one strut on the right-hand side that's just connecting the structure to the right side of the frame. And then eventually, I love the danger of realizing this is a water slide with like a boarded up bit, and I hope no one goes down it. I think if I was maybe going to think about taking this further, there's quite a difference in the handling of the tube bits versus the support bits, and where they meet feels like the contrast doesn't feel like it gels. So a little more attention on that would make this more cohesive.
All right, thank you for those comments, Chris. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we got a score of 74 currently. Okay, I think you need to have a bit of a chat.
I find this a really interesting image. It dates back to the probably 1950s maybe. I'm not assuming anything, but I guess the story I'm actually pulling from what I'm seeing is that you've got this woman who's potentially a prostitute, who knows who she is, knows what she does, and is proud of that because her gaze is directed directly at the photographer. You've then got this blurred subject on the left-hand side who wants to be obscured almost, doesn't want to be seen. He might be already married, whatever you want to, however you want to relate that to. But there's, and he's asserting a dominance over her, which she knows is what is reality for her. The only thing I would possibly do with the image is to crop it, just bring it in a little bit on the left-hand side to get rid of that white spot that's just drawing your eye out. But I think the connection between the two subjects is really, really powerful, and I scored at 83.
Frodo, down the other end of things.
Thank you, Kay, for your interpretation of prostitute and proud to be that. Because I was really confused what exactly happening there. I really like the treatment of blurriness of the man and the muscularity, the attacking behavior that subject has, but I still think the female subject is really static. There is no much sexiness, there is no much movement, there is no much maybe expression, but I'm still confusing that two treatment to the two subject actually work together or not while I'm listening.
Chris?
I was on 71, and I got kind of a different narrative to you. I took her as being trapped, and it made me feel deeply uncomfortable, which means it's successful, right? I think, but I stayed where I was in professional practice because of the bright highlights that, my eyes completely whisked away to the top left-hand corner or the other highlights that are in between them. And that's it. I think it's a really strong message and a really powerful one, and one that's going to make you feel something. And it's kind of sabotaged a little bit by the highlights. So if the highlights serve a purpose to help with that, then I'm going to come up.
Okay, Russell?
I think the occupation of the female is kind of not as important as perhaps her reaction to the moment. To me, I just instantly I never even thought of the prostitute angle. Actually, my first reaction was, yeah, mate, I've heard it all before, you got slim chance or no chance. And so, and yet it is a very dominating, uncomfortable sort of in your personal space kind of situation he's put himself in over her, but it's got no effect on her. So now that we've had a bit longer to look at it, I think I'll be lifting my score a little bit too.
Okay. Amber, did you want to say something?
Kay, could you just, I was down in professional practice as well, and could you just explain something to me about the photographer's choice for the time of day? Because it feels like something that has been staged, and I just am confused by why they would photograph this during the day.
Yep, back to you, Kay.
Okay, so just to address a couple of the issues that the other judges have pulled up, I have no problem with the highlights in the top of the image. I'm presuming that's where you're relating to, because that actually gives you a really sharp edge to the hat, and it defines the hat and allows you to actually then bring your eye back down to what's happening. The angle of his collar is really creating that, again, a circle to go around to the main, who is essentially the main subject, which I'm interpreting as a prostitute. And I can't remember what the other comment was about.
Time of day.
Time of day, yeah. Time of day. Prostitutes are around all the time. Then they don't, okay, we maybe assume that they're around mostly at night, but they're not. Go anywhere into some of the areas, and you'll find them operating at all times of the day. So for that, to me, is not actually an issue. I think what we've got here is two incredibly powerful subjects, which are showing their character, showing their personality, showing their power over one another. And I think it's been incredibly well presented to us. The photographer potentially may have staged this, but if it's staged, it actually doesn't look like it. It looks like a moment caught where the subject, the prostitute, is actually eyeballing the photographer. I've scored at 83. I'd love to see it in silver.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you've talked it up to a bronze at 77. All right, imaginary blank screen for a moment. And Chris, you can take a break, get some lunch if you haven't already. And Angela, if you'd like to come in, please. I've got water. Okay, let's have the next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, professional standard, and quite tight numbers across the board. A spread of 1. So, somebody, Farai?
It's a great location, and I enjoy the hierarchy of the treatment of the image. Perhaps timing to get the better expression and more connection between children and their parents.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 72, professional standard. Okay, and a comment for the photographer. Kay. Oh, Amber? Who? Yeah, Kay. Yep.
This is actually, there's a lovely play on the subject and shadow going on here, but there's a lot of distracting elements which are not adding to an aesthetic that could be achieved through this. Keep exploring that concept, you know, the play with shadows and everything. You've had a good timing captured with the bird in flight, so yeah, keep exploring that.
All right, thank you very much. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, bronze award. Rightio, and looking down the numbers there, Kay, yeah? Sorry, I mean, no.
I actually really enjoy this series of images. What I would have liked to have seen, which would have, for me, lifted it higher, is for that last image to have the subject directed at the camera, because what you're doing is having a story about this person's essentially creating their identity through cultural practices. And to me, having the subject facing the photographer and the camera would have really accentuated that sense of, this is me, this is my identity.
Okay, great. Thank you for that comment. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And you all happy with that? All happy with that? Yep. Okay. All right, so a comment for the photographer. Yeah, Amber?
Congratulations on the Bronze Award. This is a beautifully constructed piece, really interesting. The eye travels around it really well. The only correction that I have is just really watch your verticals, because the vertical on the left-hand side not being quite straight really holds it down for me.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74, which is a professional standard. And, okay. Your comment? Yep, sure. Angela? Yeah, sure, go for it.
Well done to the photographer. Really great connection with your subject there. Probably maybe work on adjusting your lighting and getting a little bit more modelling and just to be a little bit more flattering. The light feels a little bit flat to me in this, but well done.
Yeah, and Kay, you had another...
Yeah, just a comment just on the skin tone. It's feeling a little bit cold. You've got a beautiful warmth in the background. Just bring that forward a little bit just to make a little bit warmth in the skin.
Okay, thanks for those valuable input. All right, next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74, professional standard. You all happy with that? Okay, and so just a comment for the photographer, Frodo.
I think it's very interesting playing with design, color, and shadow to bring some attention to some details. Perhaps posing could be better to work with the whole concept.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74, professional standard. All happy with that. And so, Kay, you've got a comment?
You've got two images here, and I'd almost present them as two separate images. I'd also like to see, because just in terms of that whole nature and just a comparison, but what I'd like to see is the subject, the figure actually, I guess, immersed in terms of finding a shape within the scene that they can actually work with that shape to actually create the body into a beautiful, much more curve and placement within the environment.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Are we all happy with that? Yep. Okay. Can we have a comment for the photographer? Maybe Angela? Yep.
I really enjoyed this and love the kind of Mondrian-esque nature of it with in how it's framed and just really great architectural piece.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comment. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74. And are we all happy with that? Yep. Okay, so just a comment for the Russell.
Her hair is, I mean, she's a wonderful character, so well done there. But what's happened to the hair is sort of distracting and sort of unbelievable, really. If it was just hanging in itself, giving her face a lovely shape, it would have caught the light beautifully, and we don't really need to have that happen to make her look good or the image look good.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Russell. And next image, please. Who are we waiting on? Okay, yep. Okay, we've got a score of 75. That's a bronze award. Once again, quite tight numbers across the board. So I'm just looking for a comment from somebody. Kay's got a hand up.
This is a really lovely image. I think to lift it even higher, you could try revisiting this image and cloning out the elements at the bottom of either side, and perhaps even creating a portrait format with the print to allow space at the top to create a more graphic and art style, something that represents art as opposed to what we're seeing as the silos.
Okay, thanks for the comments, Kay. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we got a score of 72, which is professional standard. We're all happy with that. Okay, so just a comment from somebody. Frodo, is that?
I really encourage photographer to work this concept because I can see potential there. Perhaps work more in composition of this image, crop it closer, and explore what actually shape you can get from the fire and the painting of that.
Okay, thank you for that, Frodo. All right, and that was your student category. All right, so a big thank you to Sonny for sponsoring the awards, and of course CRK for sponsoring the student category. Wonderful thank you to the judges for donating all their time and effort, and of course my co-panel chair here, the students out the back helping out. Big thank you to all those people and everybody else here behind the scenes. And of course, thank you to the audience for listening in. Okay, that's a wrap.